You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Tuesday night, 11 p.m., August 8th, 2023. We are continuing our playthrough of The Night Hunter. This is a cold case game I picked up at Gencon last week. Never heard of it before, but made by University Games Murder Mystery Party, which has a very mixed track record with me. So far, however, it's been quite a pleasant surprise in terms of quality of the components. It's an extra long game. It's quite got a good story so far. The only concern, in fact, it's really very good. The only concern that, however, that we have is that it seems like it may be a little easy. I think, chapter 1 was on the easy side, but I wouldn't call that in and of itself too easy, that chapter. However, I do think we picked up some stuff in our playthrough that makes me almost feel like we've got this case solved. Hopefully I'm wrong. All right, what do we need to talk about before we get started here? Let's check in with the chat. We've got our normal group here. Jonathan Warner says he'll be in the background. By way of bookkeeping, let me just say that I've booked out Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, that is yesterday, today, and tomorrow, to play this game. However, there are 4 chapters. If we continue to play 1 chapter per night, it means we're not going to get to the finale before Thursday, and I've taken Thursday off to go hang out with Greg. So let's see where we stand on Wednesday after Wednesday night and figure out what we want to do. It's possible that we'll play the 4th chapter on Wednesday. We'll play chapters 3 and 4, both on Wednesday. It's possible that we'll play on Friday. I suppose there's even some small chance we'll play late night Thursday. And after that, we'll begin our playthrough of the Suspects box, which I'm also very keen to start getting into. And on Sunday, we've got the new letter from Dear Holmes to play. So we've got a very busy week. Maybe we'll even do something extra on Saturday, and then a whole queue of games to get through. So you and I will be spending quite a bit of time together in the next few weeks. Okay. To recap chapter 1, which we finished yesterday, we've got a serial killer that killed 3 people in 1996. In each case, he staged the body, put up a sign that accused each one. The sign said basically that this person was A and B, duplicitous and deceitful or whatever. Each person got a different sign with 2 adjectives, negative adjectives. They all seem to be killed the same way, which we now have learned is chloroform and then strychnine. The cops, someone confesses to the case after the 3 murders, says, I did it, and I'm the same person who wrote the letters in to the news claiming to be someone called the Night Hunter. There are bite marks on all the bodies. The letters seem to suggest they're written in the voice of a different animal, each letter. The guy who confesses is this guy, Bill Maddox, and he knows details of the crimes that no one else knows. He gets convicted. He gets put in jail. 25 years later, a new woman is killed, Caroline Parker. That's the first folder we have in Little Rock, Arkansas. All the murders are happening across the United States. And it turns out that this new murder, 25 years later, bears all the signs of the original killer. we got a little bit of clue that the person that's locked up who confessed may not really be the killer. There was an interview with them where they asked him to confess where he got the chemicals from, and he says, I can't say, I'm not going to say. It's a little ambiguous, but it sure sounds like we got a hint that maybe he doesn't know. The biggest piece of evidence we got at the end of chapter 1 was letters between Bill in jail and who we believe is the real night hunter, identified by handwriting analysis. And it seems to us that Bill, the person who confesses it in jail, and the real night hunter who's out in the wild know each other quite well. We think we have a letter from the night hunter saying, why did you do it? And we think that means, why did you confess? And then the letter back from Bill to the night hunter saying, be careful, don't make mistake. And a letter from the night hunter saying, I met a girl, I really care about her. And then Bill writing back saying, be a good person, or don't get too close and lose control. It almost sounds to us, well, not almost, it sounds to us like it might be a father-son relation, which would make sense why he confessed to save his son from jail. So the thing that I'm worried about the game being too easy is if it's true that our theory is that the person who confessed is the father and the son is the real night hunter. Like all of these games that we fear are too easy, we just take it upon ourselves to find proof, not just have the right theory. So we still have to find proof of all this. All right, anything I missed in my recap? Is everyone ready to get back into this? Is everyone enjoying it? Let me remind all of you that when we play these games here, I'd like to ask you to contribute your thoughts, your impressions from a game design perspective after we play it. So it'd be great if you kept a little notebook handy, jot down your favorite moments, your least favorite moments, any observations you have from a game design perspective. Though we won't be having that discussion until after the final chapter. Okay, so let's go back to the box here. This was chapter 1, our little cover for chapter 1 evidence. So we finished that. Here is chapter 2. Very nice art. It's like the wolves and the animals are chasing this person who might be our detective. Might be us. So I guess I'm going to unveil this, although it seemed to maybe suggest that it wanted us to do the website first for chapter 2. A little bit of disconnect in this game in terms of letting you know when you should, to what extent you should be using the internet. So if we go back to the website, sorry, let me bring this up for you. Let's try clicking on chapter 2 first before we open up this box. All right, so I'm going to click here, chapter 2. Let's see what we see here. Suspect. Okay, so it's clear that there's nothing. We're not starting the chapter online. We're starting the chapter by opening this up, and we see Jeff and Delia are here. Okay, so I'm going to open this up. Does it actually say anything about when to proceed to chapter 2? I actually also, in addition to organizing everything, I wrote up some notes for us. Maybe we'll take a look at these very briefly before we start with chapter 2. So here are my notes here. Interesting observations we had. Caroline Parker was killed on her birthday. That seemed a little bit of a coincidence. Maddox can't say where he got the chemicals. The night hunter always used chloroform and strychnine, which is rat poison, so that's easy to get hold of, but chloroform maybe not so much. Peter Wilkins, who was Caroline's boss, didn't mention the reprimand, which was odd. He said, I'm going to promote her. It was weird that he didn't say anything about the reprimand. That sounded like she's almost getting fired. We know she got into an argument with the husband, but didn't know what. Something we completely skipped over is that Caroline Parker's items found at her death included this business card from Lux International, maybe, William Davenport. That seems suspicious. We haven't followed that up, but that could be, we're looking for identities of our Night Hunter and why he suddenly started killing again after 25 years. What are the meaning of the words on the bodies? The real Night Hunter wrote a letter saying, I've met a woman. We don't know if he's actually having an affair. Is it Carolyn Parker? That's our suspicion. But is he having an affair or just stalking her? Another letter to the guy in jail is signed Jared, talking about we miss you over Christmas. So that may be another relative. And then we have a little note here that there may be a family, not only may there be a family relationship, son and father, but actually the handwriting is very similar. That was another reason we thought they might be related. So those are my little notes that we can come back to. And I believe it said chapter 2, we should just open this up. Okay, so let's open up. And my memory is that what we read at the end of chapter 1 is, because this guy, we're going to try to exonerate the guy that's in jail, falsely accused, the boss said, let's go revisit the cases, the original cases. And that's what we have here. So 2 new envelopes that we're going to be told when to open, and a briefing, and then 3 folders for the 3 original murders. Sarah, Braxton, Cohen, that occurred over the course of a year or so. All right, let's read our briefing here. Note from the desk of Captain Snow. Agents, we have received the case files for the original Night Hunter murders from the archives. When Bill Mendax was convicted in 1996, all investigative efforts ended and the cases were closed. For this reason, many pieces of evidence were not fully processed by our forensics teams. Now that our team has unsealed the associated crime scene evidence and conducted extensive analysis, we were able to lift an undiscovered latent print from the signage left by the killer. The case files will also need a comprehensive review to determine if any other crucial information was missed. The injection of poison into the victims must have required close contact. What is yet to be explained is how the killers managed to get close enough to the victims to inject it without raising their attention. I mean, we know they were chloroformed, so shouldn't the question really be, how did he get close enough to chloroform them? Careful study of the past cases and what connects them is likely to be instrumental in solving these murders. Well, that was a big question we had. What connects these victims? Were these people that wronged our killer? And has no one wronged him for 25 years? Is that why he didn't attack anyone else? And they're not all women. He killed a man, so that's a little odd. Okay, here's our objective. Find evidence that helps determine how the Night Hunter gets close enough to victims to inject them with poison. I'm reminded of a pair of great movies. See if someone can remember. I'm trying to remember the name of them now. It's a single title name. Original movie was Swedish, maybe? It's a crime killer movie. And then it was remade with Kiefer Sutherland many years after. What's the name of that movie I'm thinking of? You think about how it ties into this case. Originally a Swedish movie, quite well known, very well done. Very sort of small set piece movie, and then remade with Kiefer Sutherland. Who knows what movie that is? I believe it's a one-word title. I'm trying, it's escaping my Vanished, something like Vanished. Vanished or The Vanishing. Has anyone seen that movie? Both movies are very good. They're very similar. I prefer the original, but that may be one of those things where you prefer it just based on what you've seen first. All right, let's organize our stuff a little bit. I'm going to put the 2 folders away. I'm going to put our evidence. Who has seen The Vanishing? Vanishing or Vanished? I can't remember which. I keep thinking we should do more like, I know some of you are like, get on with it, but others of you like these little diversions. And I keep thinking we should spend more time, like when I mention a movie, bringing it up. DuckDuckGo is no good. Okay. So here's, oh, it's not it's Kiefer Sutherland and Jeff Bridges are in the remake. 1993. And what's the original one? What? It was remade in 2020? Is that right? Why are there so many different vanishings? Where's the original? 1988. That must be our original right there. There's our original. 1988. And what country is it? That I thought was Swedish. Is it French? Look at all these ads. It's just we're living in a world of ads. Can we play the trailer? What happens if we play the trailer?
Je m'appelle Raymond Lemorne. Je suis sociopathe et claustrophobe. Je n'ai jamais trompé ma femme.
Guess it's French.
David, tire-bouchon, s'il te plaît, dans le tiroir. Mais je m'empresse de vous dire que pour moi, le pire, ce n'est pas tuer.
Some of you don't like trailers. Maybe you don't want this to be, you don't want spoilers. All right. We're here to play a game, not to watch trailers. Okay. There's no talk on the channel. It's like I'm here alone. That's all right. All right. So case 1, case 2, case 3. There's our 3 original murders. I guess we start at the start, huh? Chapter 2, case 1. This is actually kind of a nice structure of this game in that it's unusual to, we sort of started in the current day and then we backed up to go through these cold cases. Let's see what we've got. We've got another letter. So we already had a letter for this Sarah Bennett case. Here it is. But it turns out there are 2 letters for this case. This was sent to the police station. This is our little snake animal, and he's talking about, I circle back on myself, and her body was found in a weird position. But it turns out there's also a note found in her pocket. Not in her pocket, tucked into her collar. Same snake. A twisting, twirling tale of terror, a knot of clenching nerves and sweat. A drip, drip, drop of pure anxiety, a still, restless, silent death. That sound of death it will pound, a scaly thud that all do fear. Sometimes it doesn't make a sound. Death's rattle rattles near. Yours. He always signs these yours, and here's the poem that matches a snake. Actually, I wanted to write down one more thing on our notes that was quite important. In his letter from the night hunter to the person in jail, he calls the animals his little friends. So he seems to like animals. And then we've also got the taxidermy connection in that the bite marks seem to be from an exotic the bite marks on our last victim was from an exotic leopard. So he may be a taxidermist. All right, so there's his other poem. Now, he's using, again, his little folded card. We've seen that before. He used that in his letter on the second murder. It looks like he's reusing some of his cardstock. And then we've got some pictures. Okay, so we finally got a picture of Sarah Bennett's body. He's lying on the ground. There's the sign, secretive and duplicitous. Duplicitous means basically lying, deceiving, telling. I don't know the etymology of duplicitous, but okay, so you can see there's the sign over there that he left. You look at her body, anything jump out at you there? Still wearing her shoes. It looks like she's been attacked through her shirt here at the top. I guess we're going to learn about that a little bit more. Don't see any footprints in the ground near her. Nothing else jumps out at me. Okay. Sarah Bennett. There's our handwriting again with our A's. And a very big initial letter. There's our upper left start of the box. This one's a little weird. He's doing it here too. He doesn't normally do that. Okay. Then we've got a bite impression. Let's take a look at this better. Single bite impression of the body. Well, we know what we expect. We expect that to be a snake bite. If we look at our field guide, I believe that's exactly what it is. I think we only have one snake set. There's our night snake. And that's going to be an almost exact match for our night snake. All right. Rear fanged night snake. Another southwest. Okay, so he bites with teeth that are whatever animal he's chosen to attack with and write a poem about. Whether he's choosing animals specifically for the people or not, we don't quite know. Okay, let's look at our crime scene report summary. Age 40, 145 pounds, 1954 she was born. That would make her 42 42 when she died. I guess not 40, it says. 1994 was this murder. Sorry. Okay, 5'4", brown eyes. She was an exhibit curator. Are all these people tied to nature organizations? Like our recent victim worked in the nature preserve. Is it going to turn out that all of our victims are related to sort of nature preserve type areas? Let's see. The victim's body, she's in Arizona. The victim's body was discovered 2 miles past Winslow, Arizona, roughly 10 yards from Interstate 40. The body was discovered by a truck driver, Steve Wilson, who pulled over to the side of the road for emergency repairs. He claims to have noticed something unusual in the desert off of the highway, climbed over the rail to investigate. His footprints in the sand don't extend all the way to the body. so we don't believe that he disturbed the scene. Near the body, there was a small cardboard sign that had blown into a nearby creosote bush. Given prevailing winds, we think the sign was originally placed on the west side of the body, very close to the head. The wind seems to have blown it to its final location. That's odd. That's an odd detail. So it's saying that they think the sign was originally put here somewhere and got blown to this. Weird. That's a weird detail. Okay, Winslow, Arizona, found face down, no murder weapon. And here's our autopsy report. Let's see. Sarah Cole Bennett, curator, Museum of Northern Arizona. Winslow police notified the husband, Tom Bennett. She's still wearing clothes. She's got rigor and bluish purple liver mortis. I guess this is just the time of how long ago she was killed clues. Maybe hopefully it'll tell us. Okay, so what has she got? The same dermal irritation. We think that's chloroform being held over her mouth. There's the puncture where strychnine was injected into her to kill her. And there's the snake bite mark. Our previous girl seemed to have her hands tied behind her back and bitten all over. This girl has the same dermal irritation. Our other girl had dermal irritation on her neck too. This one, not so. Just chloroform over the mouth, and that was it. Puncture wound on posterior left neck, consistent with the injection site. 2 puncture wounds on the left lower leg, consistent with a snake bite. Death consistent with anaphylaxis. That's the symptoms of going into shock, I guess, from poison or venom. Was it a different? It would be nice to know if this was a different chemical, although the police seem to suggest it was the same chemicals, but that would be good to know. Also, a leopard doesn't inject venom, so we don't think he's trying to match the venoms of the animals. Manner of death pending. Autopsy requested, yes, and recorded, Michelle Arbors. All right. And that's it. That's the totality of the file on Sarah Bennett. All right. That's not a very big file. Let's take a look at our next murder. I guess we'll check in with the chat here. Was the body purposely positioned like that? Seems weird she would die in that position. Yeah, I agree. It does seem like he's posing people. I'm not sure what the pose is of that he's trying to pose her. But the other pose we were told, I mean, I think he's trying to make her look like a snake is what he's doing. Right? Because like one guy, he seemed to pose, we're going to look at now, on the trash can as if he was a raccoon. And the leopard one was like lying in a tree. I think he's trying to pose her to look like a snake. Let's go to our next victim. What was our objective? Find evidence that helps determine how the night hunter gets close enough. Okay. Well, we've already figured out it's chloroform. Is there some other answer here? All right, let's take a look at our next victim. We've got more bite marks. Let's fold this over so you guys can see it. Let's remind ourselves about the note before we go matching that. Crime scene report summary. This is the unusual thing that he's killed a guy. But look at this. Holy cow. Another natural science museum. This guy is killing people that work with animals in nature. For some reason, he's not liking how they're handling the animals or something. Okay, distinguishing marks. A vertical scar over the left knee, likely surgery scar. Tattoo of the words "Live Your Life," upper left rib. Program director at Albuquerque Museum of Natural Science and History. The victim's body was found in an industrial garbage bin in an alley behind the Safe Mart near Granite Avenue Northwest, roughly halfway between the victim's place of work and home. Victim was likely walking home from work at the time of the murder. Okay, so we've got another clue here. If you'll remember, we're told Carolyn Parker is found at her work in this museum, in this nature preserve she works at. But we were also told something important. What were we told? Do you remember what we were told about Carolyn Parker that is connecting us here? I'm going to go put it on our notes here while you guys try to remember what I'm thinking of. Let's see if the channel thought about what I was saying. Anna says, our victim... Oh, I don't even see it in this channel. This is one of these weird things where the chat shows one thing and the overlay show the YouTube has a weird thing. It differentiates between live chat and top chat, and one of them gets cut off. I don't know why. Like, we're losing Antina's messages. They say retracted, but I don't think Antina is retracting them. I think it's something else. If someone's a moderator, can you go and make sure Antina's not blocked or something? And I think Anna says, I think our murderer works with animals too. I think that makes sense. Okay, but what's the connection that we just read about the crime scene report that's common? Remember, we were asking what's commonalities between our victims. What did we just read that's another commonality? Do you remember? In addition to them all working with animals, Anna says going home after work. Well, more specific than that. More specific than that, significantly, in a significant way. See if you can remember. More specific than going home after work. Let me show you the current one again, and you can see if you can spot it. What do you see? What's common there? I'll just keep reading while you guys think. Position of victim, the body was discovered draped over the edge of the dumpster with upper torso inside and legs exposed. There was a cardboard sign taped to the front of the dumpster near the victim's legs with the words obnoxious and violent written on it. So we read this to probably be a raccoon animal. Tape, they often catch these killers by finding a roll of the tape owned by the killer, sometimes even where the seam of the tape matches. Okay, it doesn't sound like anyone has picked up on what I picked up on. So let me just lay it out. Body was found roughly halfway between the victim's place of work and home. The victim was likely walking home. This is another commonality with Caroline Parker. We're told Caroline Parker lived very close to her work and frequently walked home. So it feels to me like what we've got is the MO of our killer is maybe driving past these people walking home and snatching them off the road. Are they all walkers? Were they all grabbed while walking? All right. Let us see if we can't, before we continue, match our teeth now to raccoon teeth, since that's what we expect. Badger, porcupine, raccoon. Okay, so here's our raccoon tooth. Let's see if this is a good match. It's a very good match. That's a very clean match. So that is indeed a raccoon. Some of this stuff out of the way here. All right, let's take a look at these photos. So there's the staged body. What else do we see? There's our sign. We're going to get a close of that up in a second. Duct tape. That's common serial killer little kill kit. And that would be a very good way to match up if we can find him. Not sure what's behind it, if that's significant to us. Anything else at the scene of the crime of relevance? What's this? We don't know. Nothing else jumping out from the scene of the crime, really. And here's a close-up of the sign. There's his handwriting again. He's drawing his boxes differently now. This one is unsealed at the lower right. It's still got a upper left nub, but here he's done it slightly differently. Obnoxious and violent. He's got a habit of writing his C's as sort of enclosing the next letter, a big capital C, and then enclosing the next letter. I'll tell you what else we've got here that's not insignificant. All of the signs are pieces of a cardboard box, it looks like, that he's cut or ripped out. That's quite significant. Like, where is he getting? He's obviously not finding these from the scene. He's got them on each of these kills. So it's almost like he's using boxes that he has. Is he carrying around boxes? He's also got a nice big fat ink pen, like a felt oversized marker. But where is he getting these shipping boxes from? I'm going to put this on my list as well. Keep your eye open for a suspect who's carrying around shipping boxes in his van. Delia reminds us he certainly knows them, given that he's writing their full names on these notes. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Okay, here's his letter here. Handwritten note found at the scene inside the victim's jacket pocket. So he likes to put these notes in pockets. This piece of paper seems like one we've seen before. I just want to see. He's like using these papers from different kills. Maybe we won't worry about it for now. Okay, let's read what this poem says. They call you a rodent, so you live unseen. Some even say filthy, dirty, unclean, hidden because of the lies they say, only to come out when night cloaks day. I steal to eat and hide in the waste. They dismiss me too in unknowing haste. They call you a bandit of the refuse. I can end their abuse. And there's his little eyes of a raccoon. Okay, clearly a raccoon. And he's taking offense at people saying bad things about his animal friends. And he's like the avenger of these animals. I think he's upset at people who's working with animals who aren't caring for them properly. All right, let's see what we've got here. Here's our coroner's report. Program Director, Albuquerque Museum of Natural Science and History. He takes prednisone. I don't know what, for arthritis, I guess. Notified a close friend, Monica Johnson. Blue eyes, brown hair, 197 pounds, 5'11", pretty tall. Got a short beard. Scar on his left leg. He's got the same rigor by the time they find him. He's got his dermal irritation, just like all of the rest from chloroform. Puncture in the same side of the neck. I wonder if this tells you something about this guy being, our guy being left-handed. Doesn't this suggest that our guy is left-handed? Like he's chloroforming them from behind first, right? You could do that left-handed or right-handed. But then when you inject, you can't be injecting the back of the neck from the front. The body collapses, it's chloroformed, it's knocked out. You're surely injecting them from behind them when they're lying down. That would suggest our killer is left-handed, I believe. If anyone has a disagreement about that, let me know. Okay, there's a bite mark on his right upper arm. What is this telling us? Let's see. Single puncture wound detected left posterior, just like all the others. Perimortem bruising across anterior trunk, front of his trunk. That's around here, his waist. And bilateral upper legs, which you see is here, with discoloration to anterior hips, the front of his hips. So his legs, his crotch, and his hips. Any suggestion of how that happened? Is that just because of this? He's been leaned over the edge of this dumpster, and that's caused some bruising right there. I believe that's most likely explanation. Death consistent with anaphylaxis, awaiting toxicology. And look at this. We were told there was some security camera footage from the safety mart where he was killed. Okay, let's see. This is our first good evidence, but we were told something was wrong with it. Let's see. Here's the videotape from the camera where Braxton's body was found was badly deteriorated. Only a few frames were able to be extracted. So it looks like he's on the phone. What have we got? 8:51:13:09, 8:51:13:29, 8:51:13:52, 8:31:14 something, 8:51:14:34, 8:51:14:48. So we have roughly a minute and a half period where he's seen walking slowly. It takes him a minute and a half to walk through the scene, talking on the phone. Was he telling someone followed me? All right, now let's take a real good look at the dumpster and see if someone was hiding in there, if you see anything unusual. Does anything change from one scene to the next? One thing I notice is it doesn't look, obviously the sign's not there, but it also doesn't look like that green sign behind this is there. Like, look, here's our dumpster. Looks like there's a green sign behind this. Is there any hint that such a sign was already on that? I don't see it. It's kind of strange, huh? Like, what is that green sign? I'm going to put that on our list of important notes. Green sign, or like a flyer. Anything else jump out at you? Anything change in the different views of the dumpster? I mean, you wouldn't expect it to. He's just walking for a minute and a half. But any sign that someone is hiding, that he drops anything? He's still going from left to right. He's not pacing. And he's still on the phone. Boy, that's a shame that they lost that security footage. Let me see if there's any thoughts from the chat here. The shadows are wrong. That's probably just a production error. These are all taken from Safety Mark Security Camera 4. I'd love to see the rest of their security cameras. Like, if you are a real detective, the first thing you do is try to pull up maybe some in-store cameras and other cameras to see if you could get the killer walking in to get a beverage. I want to know what that green sign is, though, that green flyer. That doesn't seem to be on our dumpster at this point. All right. And Tina is focused in on the shadows, but I don't see how that could be relative to important for our case. Well, that's the totality of Braxton's file. Let's move along to our third case here. All right. It looks like this is the one where we may have got a fingerprint. Let's read the police report and we'll dig deeper. Okay. Elena Hubbard, only 4'11", 28, quite a bit younger. Blonde hair, brown eyes, 122 pounds. Educator at Mitchell Museum of Nature. They're all employees of nature sites. That's a huge connection. Huge between all of our victims. She's got a scar along the right rib cage, birthmark near left eye. This one happened in Oklahoma, or at least that's where she was born. But yeah, the murder was in Oklahoma City. Crime scene near West Elm, southwest Oklahoma City. The victim's body was found in multiple pieces deep in the woods outside of Oklahoma City. Original position of the body and the cause of death are difficult to determine due to the disturbance of the crime scene by wildlife. Piece of cardboard with words written in black marker was nailed to a tree where the body was discovered. Murder weapon, possible animal attack. So we don't know if the killer dismembered her, but he hasn't dismembered anyone else. So seems unlikely, but who knows? All right, so we've got a crime scene photo with our little crime scene, whatever they call these, numbered tents. Not sure what they're numbering. There's the sign, savage and gluttonous. Again, cardboard packing box. This one clearly torn, not cut. He also had to be walking around. Well, I guess that's not true. He may have been walking around with the hammer and nail, or he may have found an existing nail and just pushed this on top of it. Let's read his poem that he wrote. I howl for justice, you scream in the night, for I am the night hunter, and he is I. The woods feel cold and dark to you. You are a stranger here, a stranger to their lands, yet this is my home. You would have locked them away in the dark, kept them from me. Now you are in their world. They will show you yours. And these are the ears of the animal, or teeth, I guess. But we thought these were ears. I'm trying to remember what from the original note on Elena's killing, what we thought her animal was. Because I don't remember enough. I don't pick up enough from here to know what animal this is, but if you combine it with our other letter, maybe we would. Okay. Where did I put the other letters? Here. So Elena, here was the, so this one was, so he leaves a note on the bodies and then he sends a note to the police and he signs them each murder with the same animal signature. The moon shines brightly sometimes outside my window. I look up at it with a longing that few would understand. This sounds like a wolf, like he's howling at the moon or something. I long to be free, yet why am I in this prison of four walls? Is he killing people that are keeping animals caged up? Would you put me in there if you could? Would you put me in that prison place? Rob me of the feeling of dirt on my feet or the shining moon that sometimes shines outside my window. You may be afraid of the things that night exposes, but I do not fear them because I am a night hunter too. All of his animals like to come out at night also. Okay, so howl for justice. This sure sounds like it's a wolf. Let's see if we can't match those. I think he's attacking people that are keeping animals in cages. All right, so here's our bite mark. Let's see if we can't match that to a wolf. It's not a Wolverine. The front teeth don't match. Wolverine is not a wolf anyway. Looks kind of like a badger. Here's our wolf. Let's see what we've got here. How good a match is that? That's pretty great. Okay, so there's our wolf for sure. Canis lupus. All right. This was Braxton. Let me keep everyone keep things together. We also have a fingerprint this time. Let's read about that. Wanya Hubbard, savage and gluttonous. Okay, let's look at Alanya Beth Hubbard. He's also killing people with 3 names, but maybe she's an educator, Mitchell Museum of Nature. They notified her mother. Brown eyes, blonde hair, 122 pounds, 4'11". She's got the same rigor and livor mortis. Let's take a look at indications of wounds. She's got a puncture mark in the same spot as the rest of them. She's got dermal irritation, just like all of them, chloroform. And then we've got dismemberment at lines shown here. So arm was dismembered. Her right arm dismembered at the shoulder. Her left arm dismembered at the elbow. Dismembered right foot and a bite mark. It wouldn't be strange that animals would attack a deceased body, so we shouldn't be surprised. We haven't seen anyone else cut up, so it wouldn't be surprised if he staged this bite mark, but the rest were animals. Okay. Single puncture wound, left posterior of neck, right arm severed at proximal joint, limb missing. Animal ran off with it, presumably left forearm severed, severed right angle, bite mark found on left lateral thigh. Death consistent with poisoning, awaiting toxicology. Okay, same as everyone else. Whoa, we've got security camera for her. Last known images. Pulled from Officer DeWitt's dash cam footage. So she walked by a police car, walked by a taxidermy shop. Wow, that's a little bit on the nose. What have we got here? 7/34/53, Oklahoma City, 9/29/1995. Walking. When was she found? She's found, not date of death 9/29. So here we have the day she was killed. She's walking by a taxidermy shop. 7:34 in the morning. And what are we looking at for this taxidermy shop? We're looking inside the glass. So we can see inside the glass some doors, some stuffed animals, reflection of a car in the door. No other details that are super useful to us. Walking from right to left, 7:34:53 to 7:34:56. It's taking her 3 minutes? Why is it taking her 3 minutes to walk past the doorway? Doesn't that seem odd? Why would it take her that long? Why would it take her 3 minutes to walk past the doorway? Do you see anyone looking out at her from behind the glass? Not really. I don't see anyone looking out at her. I don't understand why it's taking her 3 minutes to walk across here. Maybe she's trying to catch the eye of this officer in his car. Delia says it's 3 seconds, not 3 minutes. Is that right? Okay, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. 7 is the hour, 34 is the minute, 53 is the second. Okay, and these are fractions of a second. Okay, all right, 3 seconds. That's a little more like it. All right, well, so this was a very weird objective. Oh, fingerprint. We didn't look at the fingerprint yet. Fingerprint lift kit. Recent Bureau investigation discovered previously unrecovered latent fingerprint on evidence in storage. So this is a fingerprint at the Alanya murder. It's all whorls. I'm going to use the black light on it, even though I don't expect we could get anything on the latent fingerprint card. But now we know we're looking for someone possibly with a whorl pattern and certain other characteristics we could combine with it. But so this was an odd set of 3 cold case folders because, I mean, they were fine. They were good to look at. But what's odd is that the game told us that our objective was to figure out something which we kind of already knew. And it's an oddly worded question. The question was, find evidence that helps determine how the night hunter gets close enough to victims to inject them. So I guess the evidence we're finding is that they all have the dermal irritation around their mouth that suggests it's all chloroform, and the fact that they're all walkers. Like, he's coming up behind them while they're walking. Do we have any indication of this last woman? We've got her walking, so all of our victims seem like they were walking. Deep in the woods. So this one he brought in the woods. All right, so the way I'm reading it is that the answer is chloroform knocks them out before he injects them, and they're all walkers. Anna reminds us we also have online witness statements that we possibly haven't read. Okay, great point. But first, we'll take a little break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll check the online component of Chapter 2. Okay, we're back and we're going to go online and see what witness statements we have recorded from the police department. Looks like we've got some witness interviews on each case. Okay, let's start with our first case, Sarah Bennett, who was found laid out like a snake. Okay, the following are highlights from the interviews with witnesses to the scene of the crime. The interviews were carried out by local Navajo County detectives. None of these witnesses were ever charged. Steve Wilson, 32, a truck driver. Actually, let me pause for a second. Before we read this, let's make a note. It seems unlikely to me that Elena Beth Hubbard was photographed. It seems like it's asking for too much that she's walking by the taxidermy shop of our killer. However, if she was, then our killer's in Oklahoma City. So let's just make a note that Oklahoma City is our taxidermy shop in case that turns out to be his home base. Seems unlikely, but let's just make a note of it in case. All right. And in fact, yeah, we would know even more specifically where she worked. Okay, let's read here. Here's Steve Wilson, the truck driver who discovered the body. There I was. I pulled over on the side of the road thinking that I had it just about as bad as it gets. It's never a good time when your check engine light goes on. Luckily, I had just passed through a town. I knew I'd have some help close by, so I pulled over to the shoulder and got out. I saw something unusual out in the desert. Normally, I wouldn't think twice about it, but something kept pulling at me. It just didn't feel right. I just kept glancing back behind me until finally I couldn't take it. I had to figure out what it was. Honestly, I wish I hadn't. I've never seen anything like that in my life. Tom Bennett, the husband. Let's see what he says. He says, it makes sense that you'd be here asking me this stuff, but you really think I'd kill my wife and then just put her out there in the desert sand like a monster? No, whoever did this deserves to pay with their life. I wouldn't harm my Sarah. Yes, we had our ups and downs, of course. She put her career first, always obsessed with curating the next exhibit. She was a star, you know. They loved her at the museum, you know. She was their star. Sandra Miles, the supervisor of Sarah Bennett. Sarah was our best and brightest. The exhibits she arranged for us were among the best you'd ever find. We won't see a talent like hers for a long time, I can tell you that. I can't help but feel this is all my fault. I had her working late to finish a presentation for our grant writers. She normally gets off around 6:30 p.m. and punches out right on time. She usually walks home. Doesn't like to get home after dark, but that night I had her there until almost 9 p.m. Poor girl, you deserve better than that in my hands. She always reminded me a bit of myself. Gone too soon, that is a fact. Just a terrible thing, all of this. Just terrible. I hold myself responsible. All right, let's make a note here that Sarah Bennett was working late, walked home, would have walked home, I guess. Normally goes home around 6:30. Doesn't like to get home after dark, but that night she was there until 9 p.m. If our killer couldn't have known that, then what does that mean? Was he just hanging out waiting for her from 6:30 to 9? Okay. Any other observations anyone made before I move along here? Let's go back. All right. And then Braxton Cohen came next, I believe. Following interviews were carried out by local detectives. The detectives were able to identify the chemical compound in the victim's blood and were in the process of following up on that lead, hoping they could use it to find the victim. Here's Terrence Phillips' statement. He's the beat cop. Yeah, I did see something that night. I do recall. I was patrolling around the museum, and it isn't strange for me to see people out for an evening walk. But this guy, he stands out in my memory. He had the strangest sense of style, I guess you'd call it. Must have been one of those goth kids or something. He had his dark eyeshadow all around his eyes and wore all black. That isn't all that interesting. Kids have their fashion and such, but this guy, he took it to a whole new level. You ever seen pictures of Davy Crockett? You know, like in your social studies book in school or something? He was wearing one of those Davy Crockett hats with the tails or something. It looked like he was half punk rock and half pioneer. Kids, man, so strange. Well, that's a big, giant clue. Looks like he spotted our killer. And he's referring to him as a young guy. So that he must have started killing young if he's still a young guy. Oh, no, this was in 94. He was young. Okay, so young guy in 1994 or so. This is consistent with the idea that his father took the blame. And he describes him as wearing a Davy Crockett hat. Well, Davy Crockett hat has a little raccoon tail. And he's in all black with dark eyeshadow. And this is our raccoon one, right? I believe, yeah, this is our raccoon death. So this is our beat cop seeing our guy dressed up as a raccoon, essentially. While we're at it, let me recommend a song to you. There's a song called Davy Crockett by the Head Coatees, which is a spin-off punk rock band spinning off from the Headcoats. And if you go on YouTube, you can watch some performances by the Headcoatees singing Davy Crockett. At least you can hear the audio of them. It's a fantastic song. And then there's a cover of it by a Spanish band. I can't remember the name. That's also very good. And there's a professional music video for that. I would recommend both of those. Headcoatees have some other good punk, all-female band. They've got some good punk songs as well. I would recommend a bunch of albums. Okay, here's a statement by Jesse Jones, 49, CEO of National Chemical. Yeah, I mean, these are pretty uncommon chemicals. They aren't something you're just going to find at the local 5 and dime. These type of chemicals have to be specially ordered with proof of intent for use, yeah? Sometimes they're ordered through us, but if you're accusing any of my employees of being murderers, I assure you that you're barking up the wrong tree, officer. Besides, everyone who works at LCS knows to never be reckless with these chemicals. They could kill you just as easily as anyone else. Don't know why they've picked this guy, a National Chemical, out. Hey, is that business card, is that from a possible chemical company? Lux International Building. Just wanted to show you on this interesting business card from William Davenport. It looks like Lux International might be something like building materials, building supplies, building construction. So maybe totally unrelated to us. Let's go back to our... We don't know why he's interested in National Chemical. I guess the police are just following up on some theories. Here's Monica Johnson, the victim's friend. Braxton and I have been friends forever. I still can't even understand. Everyone liked Brax. Everyone did. He didn't have any enemies at work, and he was popular in the community. His nature walks, especially the night walks, drew such a crowd. He was so well known around Albuquerque, too, not just at the museum, and respected by everyone he met. I'm sorry, I just can't talk about this. And here's Blake Charles at the Bernalillo County Medical Examiner. This case is a strange one, that's for certain. Sometimes we see poisoning cases involve poisons that are commonly available, like antifreeze. But this particular mixture is something that is extremely hard to get your hands on. Most poisons we see kill their victims slowly over hours or days. This gives the murderer time to distance themselves from the scene, but not this stuff. Around the office, we have started calling it Satan's slurry. Not only is it made of extremely dangerous chemicals, but it kills with incredible efficiency. Best we can tell, it kills its victims in seconds, not minutes or hours. And the suffering it causes, although brief, would be of an intensity so immense, it's hard to fathom. What a terrible way to leave the world. And death being so quick, you have to wonder, how did this guy not draw attention to himself? I mean, all the bodies are left. Well, that's not true. I guess the dumpster guy, where is he killing them? In his taxidermy shop? And are these chemicals you might use for taxidermy? Not formaldehyde. This seems to suggest, though, that it's not pure strychnine, right? This seems to suggest it's some mixture of chemicals that this guy is putting together. rather than just pure strychnine. That's a little confusing. I wonder if he's capturing them, killing them in his van or something, and then dumping their bodies. Okay. Next is Elena Hubbard. Okay, here's a statement from Bridget Clement, the victim's neighbor. I spend most nights reading the newspaper with a nice cup of tea. I don't have much of a social life and I work strange hours, so those moments are how I calm myself. I saw Elena walking home as I usually do. She works late hours at the museum she teaches at, or taught at, I guess. Can't get over that. But I saw someone walking behind her. Looked like maybe a tall teenager or man. Someone tall. He appeared to be wearing a strange hat. Or maybe a costume or something. Couldn't really see it at night. Some kind of animal, maybe? When I looked back, they were both gone. Should have called the cops right then, but it's not illegal to be walking down the street, is it? Walking down the same street. And here's Carl DeWitt, the beat cop. Yeah, I patrol the area around the museum, but I have no idea if I saw someone matching that description. I just downed a couple of energy drinks to get ready for a long shift, and I had to piss. Ran into the museum to hit the head. I work security there on weekends, so they let me come and go after regular hours if I need anything. I saw a few employees walking out, but I was sprinting up the stairs, and I can't say I was paying any attention to anything other than my bladder. I parked in front of the taxidermy shop right next to the museum and left my car running, so my dash cam would have stayed on. I'll pull the video and get it to you. Maybe your victim walked this way. Otherwise, I don't think I can be of much help. Best of luck. Okay, so in our Elena Hubbard case, we're told a little more description of our guy. He was tall. He was tall, perhaps young, a tall teenager, this guy thinks maybe. And wearing his animal, strange hat. Sounds like he was still wearing his raccoon Davy Crockett hat. And then there was something else he said that was useful to us. He was walking. Walking behind her. So that would actually lead us to believe that he's not part of the taxidermy shop, right? Because here she is coming into view. He says there's someone behind her. We don't see that person in our frames. I'd sure like to pull up more of his dash cam. Seems like we should be able to see that. But it sounds like, let's see again where he sees someone walking behind her. Maybe I'm being too quick to write that off. He says he comes to the museum. He goes in to go to the bathroom. Oh, sorry, it's the other person that saw someone. Let's see. She works late. She saw her coming home, walking home. Someone was walking behind her. So I guess we don't really know. These don't, and that would have been near her home. So that doesn't really help her. Maybe the person picked her up from the taxidermy, but this killer is not killing people that walk by his shop. He's killing people that work at museums that he knows. So it would be a really big coincidence to have him kill the woman that walks by his shop, especially since he's traveling all over the country killing people. That just seems very unlikely, but maybe that the game is just teasing us about giving us a hint about his profession. All right, so returning to our website, though, we've now read all the suspect and witness interviews, and our objective is find evidence that helps determine how the night hunter gets close enough to the victim to inject them with poison. So I guess we're ready to answer that, right? We think chloroform, and he follows them when they're walking, right? Comes up behind them while they're walking. So I guess let's just click on solution and answer the question. Does he knock them unconscious with a club? Does he use a disguise, or does he use trained animals? These questions in this game are very odd. They almost feel like a different person wrote them who's not paying much attention. Like, we know he doesn't knock them unconscious. He's not using trained animals. Yes, he's wearing an outfit of some sort, but why would you call that a disguise? And a disguise doesn't help him come up close to them. What a wrong question. That just seems wrong. Weird. It's almost like the online parts of this were done by someone else who's not paying attention to the rest of the quality of this game. Well, let's have a little vote here. How do you want to vote? How do you want to answer this? This just seems like a very wrong question. I mean, it seems like the answer is disguise, but that's not a good answer. It's just the best of the three. And it doesn't answer the question, but nothing else does. The question is bad, and the answers are bad. I mean, the alternative is for us to go look at hints, but we've got no... The first one and the last one knocks them unconscious and trained animals. We've got zero evidence for, and we can rule out the first one because we've seen the autopsy. There's no sign that anyone's been hit with anything. So it's clearly not the first. Yeah. All right, so let's stop this vote. Let's go back. Let's do the middle one, and then we'll look at what the hints suggest. Correct. Maya Goldman's profiler letter hints that the killer wears animal skin, so investigators need to find evidence of this. Review the safety mark security footage. When you look closely, you can see that the raccoon is taxidermy. And at one point, the killer's face is peeking from underneath the raccoon. What are they talking about? Dashcam footage. Notice when Elena walks by the taxidermy shop, the wolf's head moves. It is a wolf pelt draped over the killer. Thus, the killer dons animal skins to blend in with the environment in order to get closer to victims. That is bizarre. How can you be walking around a neighborhood street dressed as an animal and think that that's a disguise to blend in. What are you talking about? You're wearing a wolf pelt as you walk down the street, and that's going to be a disguise to not get noticed? Is there a better way to get noticed than wearing a wolf pelt? That makes no sense. But let's try to see what it says here about the raccoon is taxidermy, and then a wolf head moving at the taxidermy shop. I mean, it sounds like we've overlooked some stuff here, but the answer is bizarre, but we do want to check up on this stuff. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out what they're talking about. I'm going to start with the taxidermy shop. It says, notice when Elena walks by the taxidermy shop, the wolf's head moves. It's a wolf pelt draped over the killer. Okay, let's look. Let's see if we can spot that. All right. So my question is, all right, so they're saying that this is the wolf and that the head is turning. Well, the head is turning, but is this thing... I mean, it's clear the head is turned between here and here. We should have spotted that. But I'm confused as to what we're looking at. So, is it the guy... Is this now confirming that it's the guy who works in the taxidermy? Because is he just wearing this outfit in the taxidermy shop? I mean, that looks like a small little wolf. What? This does not look like a wolf, but either way, I don't know what it looks like, but either way, its head is clearly turning, and we should have spotted that. But are we now confirming that he must work inside this place? Weird. Very weird. It is in the shop. Clearly, you would notice that following you. So he's in the shop. That's just weird, though. Very weird. After 9 p.m., what is he doing in a taxidermy shop if he's not working? That's a very weird thing. Very weird. It doesn't make much sense. And then we're told... What are we told about the raccoon? The safety mark footage. Okay, so that's from our Braxton case 2. There's the safety mark. I guess we can do it this way. There's the safety mark footage. Okay, so what are they talking about, raccoon? When you look closely, you can see that the raccoon is taxidermy. And at one point, the killer's face is peeking from underneath the raccoon. What? Where do you see the raccoon? What am I missing? Where is the raccoon? Okay, so I guess we should have spotted that there is something different on these things. This is our fault for not at least noticing that there was a difference. So here's one dumpster. Here's another. I don't see any raccoon. I can see it better on screen than I can in real life. But there's clearly a difference between... Oh, there's the raccoon. And there's his face. Okay, that's a little comical, but we should have spotted that. We absolutely should have spotted that. So basically, here he is with the raccoon, which you can't really tell, but it's just peeking out. But here he is looking out with the raccoon on his head. So why did we not spot the difference in the photos? I mean, that's shame on us. It seems silly what we're looking at here, but shame on us for not spotting that. That's a lesson for us going forward, that we should have looked at each of these frames and we should have spotted that. All right, well, this is ridiculous, but it's not good that we missed it. All right, so I guess you could argue a little more that this answer of disguise is a little bit better. So he's hiding out in the background, disguised as an animal. I know Anna's not going to like this. It is silly. This wearing of an animal pelt as a disguise in the city to get close to someone is crazy. All of this is true. We've got some real complaints about this. On the other hand, shame on us for not matching. Shame on me for not noticing those scenes. All right. So let us go back here. So we've got this right. So, and I suppose now we're going to get to open this envelope. Do not solve and do not open until you solve objective 2.1. Okay, so we have solved objective 2.1. So let's look at our new evidence. All right. What have we got here? Your findings are a considerable step forward for the investigation. I sent the surveillance footage to the forensics team, and they were able to confirm the film's authenticity. Adorning himself with the guise of a wild animal could be part of his motivation. One of our country's top criminal profilers, Maya Goldman, is constructing a profile for the Night Hunter based on all of the known murders. The Bureau is researching a plausible source of the chemicals used by the Night Hunter. Strychnine hydrochloride and methyl trichloride are not common household materials. Enclosed with this letter are the material safety data sheets for both chemicals. If we can identify the killer's source, we will be considerably closer to identifying the killer himself. Objective 2.1, determine where the Night Hunter acquired these chemicals. Okay. How did he get into the taxidermy shop if he doesn't own it? And if he owns it, haven't we solved the case? Can someone explain that to me? If the killer is wearing a wolf pelt in the window of the taxidermy shop, watching our victim go by, have we not solved the case? Must he not be the owner of that taxidermy shop? Can we wrap this case up? Are we done? How else is he getting in there and wearing wolf pelt at 9:30? I don't get it. It feels like we've solved the case. I mean, you can't just walk in the store and say, I'm going to put this wolf pelt on and just hang out in your taxidermy. All right, where did he get his chemicals? We'll put that aside. Unless he broke in. Okay, that's what we're going to pretend. We'll pretend he broke in. I think you've got our solution. He broke in at night when it's closed. I like it. Okay, here's Maya Goldman, the criminal profiler. My name is Maya Goldman. I'm a profiler at the Bureau. Thanks to your work on the case, I've been able to put together a profile for the Night Hunter killer. I hope this helps, and if you have further questions, I'm available to answer them. So the profiler thinks he's male, Caucasian, between the ages of 50 and 65. Early childhood trauma, likely involving physical abuse and or abandonment from primary caregivers. Most likely single and isolated. It's unlikely the killer has been married or has been able to maintain long-term romantic relationships. Low social skills and average intelligence tells us the killer may change jobs often. No apparent preference of gender, age, or location for the victim profiles. However, all victims were found in low traffic or deserted areas, suggesting that the killer stalks his victims to identify the optimal location prior to an attack. The lack of defensive marks on the victim suggests that the killer hides and waits for the victim to approach before surprising them and overpowering them, using the chloroform to quickly control them. Presence of injection marks on all victims and the use of the same poison confirms that the killer is methodical in planning out his attacks beforehand. These are not crimes or victims of opportunity. Physical evidence on the victims suggests the killer is taller, a minimum above 5'10", but more likely above 6 foot tall due to the angle of the injection site. The signs placed near the victims are targeted judgments, further validating the belief that the killer is familiar with the victims in some way. The act of displaying the victims with the signs is also performative, meaning the killing of the victims was not enough. He wanted to make a statement with their corpse to further insult or shame them for whatever he believes they've done wrong. Handwriting samples from the killer's letters suggests instability and an obsessive personality. These letters also tell us he's following the investigation closely and is seeking recognition and possibly appreciation for what he's doing. His use of poetic language and the act of naming himself to the media also suggests that he sees what he's doing as right. And there's likely a deeper connecting thread between the victims that we've yet to discover. Wearing animal skins, furs, etc. is further proof that this killer sees himself as separate from society, possibly even above the rest of society. He may hold animals in higher regard than humans due to his early childhood traumas and his ability to successfully integrate into society as an adult. Using animal teeth to bite the victims is another way to connect himself with animals instead of people. It is my belief that identifying the link between the victims will be the key to finding the Night Hunter. We are currently looking at older cases to see if any align with these cases, and will update you if necessary. Could we have an additional case? But our assignment here is to find where he gets his chemical. So let's continue. Jonathan says, sorry if someone mentioned this, which we didn't. It seems like Carolyn had more bites and injuries in general. Do we think that is because the killer was even more obsessed with Carolyn? Maybe felt betrayed. That's interesting. An interesting theory. Or he's biting them based on the animal, like certain animals bite more than others. It's a good question. I don't know the answer. Okay. So here is our material safety data sheet for the chemical, the poison he's using. Strychnine hydrochloride from Caterisano Corporation. Look at this C. Remember we noted how he drew this big C when he would write their names? This feels like a clue. Like this is matching how he signs his stuff, but there's no sign that we got this from any particular company. I wonder if he doesn't work for this company. Okay, identification of the material and supply. I'm going to write this as one of our clues. All right, let's see. Strychnine hydrochloride, also known as strychnine salt. Suppliers, industrial chemical suppliers, lab chemical supplier, Keller chemical suppliers, national chemical. appearance and description, colorless crystals or white crystalline crystals mixes with water. It's got acute toxicity 2, acute toxicity 1, whatever that means. Signal word danger, don't know what that means either. These are our two symbols, and in our field guide, we're told what those mean. We've got a skull and crossbones means acute toxicity, meaning it'll really kill you if it gets on you, and environment, aquatic toxicity. So if it goes in the water, it kills the wild water life. First aid measures. Medical attention is required. Show this safety sheet to the doctor. Rinse immediately with water. If you get in your eyes, if you breathe it, get away, lie down. Skin contact, wash off immediately. Ingestion, get medical aid. Do not induce vomiting. Wonder why. Equipment, have eye wash station, handling and storage. Avoid contact with eyes, skin, and clothing. Do not breathe dust, mist, or vapor. Do not ingest or inhale. Store in a cool, dry, lockable facility. Do not store in direct sunlight. I mean, this is not very useful to us, except to the extent that this is a clue, or to the extent that it's telling us that when he works with it, he's got to wear protection and gloves and do it in a dust-free environment, air-free environment. And then it looks like, oh, and here's our chloroform. Okay, let's look at this then. It's a data sheet from Jordanex Chemicals. Don't forget, Jordanex, what was the name of the letter? Oh, Jared. I thought it might have been Jordan. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Methyl trichloride, known as chloroform. Formyl trichloride. Clear, colorless liquid, pleasant odor. Acute toxicity if you ingest it or inhale it. Let's see, what do these two mean in our field guide? It doesn't seem like these are important to know these, but let's see. Same skull and crossbones. Exclamation point means it's an irritant. That's why their faces were all dermally irritated. And this is a health hazard, carcinogen, reproductive toxicity, respiratory sensitizer. Okay. Check for remove any contact lenses if you get in your eye, flush your eyes. If you're not breathe, give artificial respiration. Rinse with water if you get on your skin. If you ingest it, rinse your mouth. Work on only under chemical fume hood. Do not inhale. This document has only been meant to be used for the game. Okay, well, those don't seem particularly useful to us. But now it looks like we're going to the companies that make these chemicals and asking them who ordered from them. So let's see. For our methanol trichloride, our strychnine, we've got Jordanex Chemicals and suppliers: Industrial Chemical, Lab Chemical, National Chemical, and Keller. And for the strychnine, we've got Industrial Chemical, Lab Chemical, Keller, National Chemical. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Same companies supply both of them. Those 4 companies. So let's see. Industrial, Lab, Chemical Supply, Keller, and National. Okay, same 4 companies. And here are those 4 companies. Industrial, Lab Chemical, Nat Keller and National. Okay, let's go through these now. Let's see if we can find someone ordering these. Okay, let's get a closer up here. Orders from 1990 to 1994. Here's strychnine. Museum of Science at St. Louis, Missouri. Methyl trichloride. So these are our two. Methanol trichloride. So one ordered by St. Louis, Missouri. Another one ordered by Chicago, Illinois. And one ordered by the California Science Center in Los Angeles. So if someone ordered from one of these companies, they didn't order everything from the same company, or they had it sent to different addresses. Let's move on. How about Lab Chemical Supply? There's our methanol trichloride, Kenan University. Strychnine, Natural Museum in Denver, Colorado. Museum of Science in Boston, Massachusetts. Okay, so if they ordered from here, they didn't order both from the same place and no overlap with our industrial chemical supply. Let's look at Keller. And there's Keller has a note on top. Detectives assigned to this case were chasing down leads based on the appearance of the chemical compound in the victim's blood. They were searching national chemical supply companies that may have sold to local Albuquerque. Methanol trichloride sent to VIT and Cambridge. Strychnine, Museum of Natural Science in Barstow, California. Strychnine, Foggy Bottom Institute, Washington. Methanol trichloride, Gilman University, Baltimore, Maryland. Strychnine, Dallas Corrections Department. Let's look at our, where was our guy locked up? The guy who confessed. I think we might need to check him out and make sure he wasn't in Dallas. I don't think he was. Where is his seat? All right, let's take a look at this. Chat wants me to check something. Let's check that out. Is Barstow where Mendex was from? Yes. Okay. So let's take a look at Mendex's information. As a juvenile, he was arrested in Barstow, California. Then he, as an adult, was in San Diego. We don't think he's our killer anyway, but so he wasn't in he was in California in Barstow as a kid, but not as an adult. So that doesn't seem like it would be relevant for us. And he wasn't in Texas. So that seems not relevant for us, but he is California based. So if the real killer, the son, stayed in the hometown, this could be of some interest to us. But it doesn't jump out. Now let's look at National Chemical, our last one. Maybe we're going to get lucky here. Methanol trichloride, Museum of Natural History in New York. And that's it. So I'm not sure why this is relevant to us. What does this mean? So our closest hit is our most promising hit, I guess, is Barstow, California. Or I guess you could say San Diego. But I wonder, I mean, it doesn't jump out. We don't have orders of both chemicals. Um, we clearly don't have a smoking gun here. We don't have one person ordering both. But maybe we'll make some, maybe we'll try to make a note of, we'll try to record all the places where we've got someone ordering it, ordering one of our things. I wonder if you could make it with any of these, you know, combine stuff to make your own. That place is selling a lot of them. Okay. It is interesting that history museums, natural history museums, are ordering a bunch of this stuff. It's almost as if this stuff is used by science museums for various things that we don't really understand why. All right, so looking at this again, Denver, Colorado, Boston, Massachusetts. That our killer is not hanging out there, but St. Louis. What was the connection we just had to St. Louis? Did we not just have some connection to St. Louis? And is the fact that they're right near each other mean that like someone ordered this and this but had it shipped to two different addresses? What was our connection to St. Louis just recently? Barstow, California, Maryland, Dallas, New York City. I mean, doesn't it seem like here's our Midwest? Everything else is in the East. It kind of feels like this is our guy here. Like it feels to me like maybe he ordered these two. St. Louis and Chicago are pretty close. Are they close to each other? But if he grew up in California, I don't know. Museums, and I suppose you could look at it the other way, right? Like, is our guy familiar with one of these companies because he gets his other chemicals from them? Let's just look. Zoos. Let's look for a taxidermy site, a taxidermy company. Maybe we can catch him ordering from his favorite company. Not really. Anything on the back of any of these? No. Strange. John says, I lean towards Barstow. Yeah, except if he's getting strychnine at the Museum of Natural Science in Barstow, where is he getting his chloroform? Okay. I think we're going to have to come back to this. I don't think in and of itself it helps us or locks anything down. However, we have to be wrong because that's the totality of the new evidence we've got. And our assignment now is to determine how he got, no, not that. Determine how he acquired these chemicals. So we somehow have to link him to one of these. Let's see if there's online stuff for us. No. Well, that's troublesome. So somehow from this information, which feels like it's just from this information, it feels like we need to figure out where he got his chemicals from this information right here. What are we overlooking? What are we missing here? Let me just make sure I didn't miss any. What would be, so if you think about it, what would be suspicious? One thing that would be suspicious if he's ordering to the same destination from two different companies. That would be a bit suspicious. And then we would be looking for, like, did you order methyl trichloride from one company and to the same address order the other chemical to sort of not have them both go to the same place? Looking for any other, anything I might have missed. Okay, I don't see anything missed. What about, are any of these built from, are any of these tell us that you could construct it for others? Look. Okay. Shouldn't we check victims' locations if they match with the purchase? That's reasonable, but I have a better observation. From these sheets, don't forget, we've got a list of chemical names also known as trichloromethane and formal trichloride. Let's look for those. Trichloromethane and formal trichloride. Let's see if any of those show up. I feel good about this. Trichloromethane or formal trichloride. Trichloromethane. Bingo. Barstow, California. That was it. We caught it under a different name. Look at that. Now he's got one Barstow and another Barstow, both going to the same Museum of Natural History. He's ordering strychnine from one company, trichloromethane from the other. How about that? Anna says, great, you were right, Jonathan. Really? Jonathan knows where his bread is buttered. Jonathan says, good spot, Jesse. I mean, this is what I was saying. Like, first, we've got him ordering both chemicals from different companies. Very suspicious, because once you find a company that's selling your chemicals, if they sell both things, you would order it all from that company. The fact that you're ordering from different companies to break it up might make it harder for police to put it together. So that's very suspicious. Also, the fact that they're sort of down on this list in the same position sounds like it might even mean like you ordered it in the same week of the year or whatever. All right, let's continue doing our lists, though, just in case. And me spotting that it might be under a different name. That was pretty cool, I gotta say. That's a clever, sneaky little clue, given that we got these sheets. We weren't sure how they're useful. Okay, let's look at alternate names for strychnine, though, to make sure we're comprehensive. Also known as strychnine salt. Let's make sure there's no strychnine salts. Okay, I don't see any strychnine salts, but I'll tell you another thing that as a good detective we should do, right? And you might be able to guess what that is. We should go the other direction. Let's look for other chemicals being ordered by the Natural History Museum in Barstow. So let's look. Let's do our reverse thing. So there's our Museum of Natural Science in Barstow. So look for any other orders by the Museum of Natural Science, not from them. Yes, look at that. We found another one. And it looks like it might be ordered right around the same time that he's ordering the chloroform. What is 2-butoxyethanol? Let me just look for any others. Boston. Okay, let's look up on the internet what 2-butoxyethanol is. Butoxyethanol. Well, we know what ethanol is. Feels like that's a fuel, like you could use for a gas, like a. Let's look it up though. Butoxyethanol. Well, that didn't work. I gotta tell you, this DuckDuckGo is not doing it for me. Let's look. Colorless liquid, ether-like odor, butyl ether, non-volatile, inexpensive solvent. It's a solvent. It's a surfactant. It breaks things up on the surface. But it can be acutely toxic, but not mutagenic. No studies suggest it's a human carcinogen, doesn't cause cancer. nasal obstruction. So it's a cleaning material. Solvent doesn't really help us much. Okay, not really relevant, but keep your eye open for it, I guess. All right, so we've figured it out that it's Barstow CA. He's ordering it from two different companies, National and let's make our little mark here. He's ordering chloroform from National Chemical, and he's ordering where's our other one? And he's ordering strychnine from Keller. Okay. So I think that means we are ready to answer the question 2.2. Where does the night hunter acquire these chemicals? So let us go and scroll down to objective 2.2. Where does the night hunter access these chemicals? Okay, so I'm going to click on solution here. We're going to take a break after we do this. Okay, where did he access these chemicals? The Barstow Museum of Natural Science, Foggy Bottom, St. Louis, Stonewater Mine, or VIT Art? So we know the answer is Barstow Museum of Natural Science, which is where Maddox grew up. That's correct. Cross-reference the strychnine hydrochloride and ethyl trichloride MSDS forms with the chemical orders to narrow down the location of where they were obtained. Strychnine hydrochloride is found on the Keller Chemical Supplies order for the Museum of Natural Science in Barstow. Notice in the methanol trichloride MSDS, it's also known by other names, and you also find that on the order sheet for Barstow. All right, so we've got that right, which means we can now open the next envelope for chapter 2, which is right here. We've solved objective 2.2, so we're ready to open that up. Let's see if we can put, I guess all of these belong together in an envelope. I'm just going to put them with a paper clip. Okay, so let's take a break for 8 minutes. We'll come back, we'll open this envelope. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in, so we're doing fine on time. We might even push through to chapter 3 tonight if we can finish this in the next half hour. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've had a fun moment looking through the chemical orders and finding what we believe is the home base of our killer in Barstow, California, at the Museum of Science, Natural Museum of Science. So now, having gotten that right, we're going to open up this final envelope of chapter 2. Let's see what we're directed to do. Whoa! That's pretty cool. All right, let's see what we've got here. Agents, you have once again made substantial progress in this investigation. The killer would have had to have had access to both chemicals while they were being stored at the Barstow Museum of Natural Science in California. With the old cases now reopened, Barstow police have uncovered a letter containing a poem that is a match for the night hunter's handwriting. It was delivered to the Barstow Tribune back in 1996. This may be the link between the killer, the museum, and the state of California. Enclosed are records of employment for every possible suspect that worked at the Barstow Museum around the time of the killings, the floors they had access to, and the museum's guidelines for how and where these chemicals were stored. We also found a missing persons file for a woman named Eileen Townsend, whose employee ID and access cards for the museum were found in the parking lot in August 1990, shortly after she went missing. It's too coincidental to be ignored. You may be able to use the data and the information contained in the case files to single out a primary suspect. So Eileen Townsend goes missing in August of 1990, 4 years before the murders start. Her employee ID and access cards were found in the parking lot. Well, if they were found in the parking lot, then they're not being used by the killer, so that's odd. Okay, objective 2.3, deduce which employee at Barstow Museum is the killer. Now, this is fascinating because we were worried that we had solved the killer. I was worried that we had figured out basically the identity of the killer in chapter 1. And so how was it going to sustain interest through chapter 4? But the game seems to have surprised me. And it's basically saying, you're going to find out who the killer is right now. So the question is then, what are we going to do for the final 2 chapters if we already know who the killer is? Now I'm curious. Okay, here's a list of employees at the Barstow Museum of Natural Science from 1990 to 1995. So we're thinking maybe a taxidermist, could be a conservationist, archivist. So we're actually, is there a Maddox? No. No Maddox. So we thought we might be looking for a relative of the killer, but then someone's also suggested in the channel that maybe he's like an illegitimate child of our killer. That might suggest a woman who was dating Bill Maddox. Okay, so none of the names here jump out to us, I believe, except for Eileen Townsend, who went missing. She's the museum curator. 4-1 key access, 4-2, 4-3. So do some people have access to all the 4s, or are these all mutually exclusive? All right, we're going to have to come back to this sheet as we go on. Let's find out where these chemicals were stored. Security protocol dictates that only certain roles have access to the archival storage rooms on each floor. Room access by role is shown below. To access a room, check out your floor's archive storage keycard. Place the keycard on the pad while entering your private employee number and the door will unlock. So, storage room A has geology and paleontology, B has botany and entomology. D has anthropology and archaeology. C has facilities maintenance. E has auxiliary storage. And F has cold material storage. So actually, I wonder if it's not going to tell us what rooms they're stored in, and we would use the document sheet that was telling us how things get stored. Remember that the MSDS sheets tell us how to store them. Chemical hood, protect from direct sunlight, keep in separate location away from corrosives, oxidizers, and strong bases. This one says store in cool, dry, lockable facility. Do not store in direct sunlight. Do not store with flammable, combustible, or oxidizing agents. So I wonder if some of this might help us figure out where it's stored. Otherwise, let's just put this aside for now. Storage room closing checklist. It's vitally important this closing checklist be followed precisely every night. Chemicals in each of the storage rooms here are volatile, must be stored with specific conditions. So in room A, there's a dehumidifier, so it's kept dry. They keep flammable objects in it, and it gets dusty. This is a little logic puzzle for us to figure out what room these two chemicals would have been stored in. So I'm going to get out this thing again. This is clever. Okay. In B, there's a chemical fume hood. There's a humidifier. So here's dehumidifier to keep it dry. Here's a humidifier to keep it humid. And it gets dusty. In C, it's locked and secured. So there's a lock. There's just like there is here. Here there's a lock. There's a dehumidifier to keep it dry. Does get a little dusty. D has a dehumidifier to keep it dry. There's flammable stuff and it gets dusty. In E, there's a chemical fume hood. There's an oxidizer cabinet and it gets dusty. F is cold material storage. Make sure it's always below 40 degrees and it's not dusty. So, kind of fun. All right, so let's take a look at our items here. So strychnine, how does it want to be stored? A cool, dry, lockable. Cool, dry, lockable. Facility unable to be moved. I guess that seems like the same as lockable, but can't be moved. Not in direct sunlight. None of these rooms are in direct sunlight, but don't put near flammable or oxidizable. No flammable, no oxidizable. Okay. Let's look what we've got here. So it has to be cool and dry. So we know it can't be where there's a humidifier. So it's not in room B. But we've got dehumidifier, dehumidifier, dehumidifier. This is an oxidizer, so it can't be in that room. There's no locked storage here, so it can't be in here. And there's flammable, so it can't be here. So it can't be here because of the humidifier. Could be here. It is lockable. It is dry. So C is a candidate room. What about D? It is dry, but flammable, so it can't be there. Oxidizer can't be there. No lockable, so it can't be there. Okay, so our strychnine is in room C. Next up is our chloroform. How is chloroform to be stored? When you work with it, you need a chemical hood. Don't know if that necessarily means it has to be stored there, but probably you'd like a chemical hood. Okay. No corrosives, oxidizers, or bases. No corrosives, oxidizers, or bases. Avoid generation of vapors. This is the same as wanting a chemical hood, no vapors. So I think probably that locks us into the one place that has the chemical fume hood. But no oxidizers, so it can't be there. All right, let's go back up then. Doesn't say it needs to be dry. No chemical hood there. Chemical fume hood doors. So this seems like it's compatible here. They've got a chemical fume hood, no corrosives or oxidizers. So it seems like B is our place. C says nothing about chemicals, about fumes. D has nothing about fumes. E does have a fume hood, but it's got oxidizers, so that's no good. Here we have ventilation fans. Cold storage. We're not told anything about cold, though, are we? So I think it seems like it's probably in B, but I guess you could possibly consider putting it into the cold material storage because of the ventilation fans. Possibly F, but probably not, right? Anything about temperature here? Not really. Okay, so I think we know the two rooms of our strychnine and our chloroform. Given that, we can say further that our chloroform, which is in B, is botany and entomology. Entomology would be insects. And we've got, well, let's just do it. Let's do it this way. That's one of our chemicals is in B. And then we think the other is in C. That's where we think our chemicals are. C is the strychnine, and B is our chloroform. Okay, that's reasonable. Anna says, talking about the game and what's going to happen in the other two chapters. Anna says, wasn't the game suggesting we were going to have to save someone? Yes, I think you're right. Okay. Archivist, conservationist, janitor, management, archivist, management, janitor. That doesn't narrow things down too much. Okay, here's our missing person report. Eileen Townsend, 5'4", brown hair, brown eyes. She had her work coat on, blue shirt, khaki pants, white shoes, age 28, born in 62. She's got a tattoo of a cartoon bunny. She's got asthma. Last seen by Jennifer Santos at the Barstow Museum. Last seen on 8/23/1990. 4:47 p.m. She's the curator. Eileen Townsend was last seen leaving her office at the Barstow Museum of Natural Science on August 23rd. Reports show her last known contact was co-worker Jennifer Santos, a friend who walked with her out of the museum where the two parted ways and Mrs. Townsend walked home. Another walker. At this point, there are no signs of foul play. Her home was undisturbed and her car parked in the driveway. We have uncovered no death threats, suicide notes, or ransom attempts. Her body has not been discovered. No crime is known to have been committed. Her family believes she would never leave the city without telling them first. Wow. So we have a missing person never found. And here was the letter written to the Barstow Tribune in 96 after the murders. The police have failed to catch me, but perhaps you can do better. I seem to go unnoticed with every single letter. I've returned to where I once roamed, to the memories of my dearest home. Safe behind the shed, my friends are never far. Safe like you may feel, but you never really are. You feel yourself protected from the terrors of the night, but I am the night hunter, and I have you in my sights. So remember that in one of the letters to the prison, Bill tells this night hunter, hey, the postcards are great. They bring back memories, but it's too risky for you to do so. And here's the night hunter saying he's returned to where I once roamed. It sounds like he's come back to Barstow after the murders. He traveled around the country, killed all these people, and then came back to Barstow. And then here we have a packet of ID cards. They're nice plastic ID cards. There's Eileen Townsend. There's the second floor and the third floor access keys. They're nice looking things. So there's Eileen, who disappeared never to be seen again. But I wonder if what he did was steal the first floor access key and left the others. Let us see if we can make sense out of some of this. Because we were saying, well, if he's left the access keys on the ground, he obviously doesn't have them to get in. But maybe she had one for every floor as the curator, and he's taken the one he needs. So let's see here. So does Eileen have access to the first floor? Archive storage room on the second floor. Archive storage room on the second floor. Archive storage room on the third floor. So how do we make sense of this? Security protocol dictates only certain roles have access to the archival storage rooms on each floor. So it's all archive storage room. She had access to floor 2 and 3. But what does this mean? Because on the list here, Eileen is only listed as having access to floor 3 as the museum curator. why then does she have the second floor archive storage room access key? And this says, to access a room, check your floor's archival storage key card. Place the key card on the pad. Storage room B and storage room C. So here's the curator who can go into room F, room E, room D, and room A. Curator can go into all of the rooms except the two we care about. Who can go into both of these rooms? Management can, janitor can, and archivist can. I'm a little bit confused how to understand what she's doing with 3 cards. Eileen Townsend, whose employee ID and access cards were found in the parking lot. So these are her access cards. Why does she have access to the second floor when she's not on this list? Let me check in with the chat. Maybe the chat has made sense of this. Could it be implying another employee with level 2 access who attacked and kidnapped our victim dropped their own access card in the struggle? Huh. An interesting idea. It's not pleasant when the report says these are her ID and access cards. Like if it just said these were found at the scene, then we could make our own conclusion about whose access cards they are. But the fact that it says they're her employee ID and access cards, I mean, it makes us feel like they should have checked it. Okay, but let's assume that that's right. That this does not belong to her because she's not supposed to have this. So then we could ask ourselves, whose access card is this? And it is blue and blue. So so let's assume that our kidnapper is one of the people on floor 2. And we've already said that the 2 people have access to both of these rooms. The archivist does, the janitor does, and management does. So let's see who is of those 3 people, who has floor 2 access. Janitor, Jeffrey Vulpes. No management. And no archivist. So I guess that's our guy. If we follow that logic, that the second floor key belongs to the killer who has access to the rooms, then this is of the people with both access. We've got archivist, janitor, and management, and none of those are on this list except for the janitor. This is also consistent with the profiler who said our guy is a low IQ guy. So I think you guys are right. I think we've figured out what's happened here. We've got our kidnapper of Eileen, who's also our killer, and I think it's Jeffrey Vulpes. And Vulpes, Vulpes. That's what Anna's been saying here. I think we got it. Yeah, I think we've got our killer here. Jeffrey Vulpes. That is all the evidence in this envelope. So we've seen all the evidence we need to find which employee. I think we've got it. I absolutely think we've got it. All right, are we ready to put it in? I wonder if there's any other way we could tell that these belong to her or not. Let's see, what do they say down there? Property of Barstow Museum. One thing is cool, if you look at this, you've got blood. Hey, what about our black light? What about our black light? What do you think? So this is the key card we think may belong to our killer. And he dropped it while kidnapping her. Nothing on the front. What is that? Well, what do you think that is? What a surprise. Fingerprints. I mean, it's a key card, so you expect fingerprints. Let's see. Whoa, there's some more fingerprints on all the cards. So what do you, and there's some blood on it too. So what do you think we're going to find when we look at these fingerprints? We're going to find that her fingerprint is on this, and it's probably going to also match third floor fingerprint. And when we look at second floor, we're going to find it doesn't match hers, but it does match our found fingerprint. Alrighty, let's get our found fingerprint. I think it was on Anya's. So there's our fingerprint found from the scene of the crime with Anya. If you'll remember, it looked like a whirl. I can try to get a close-up here of this. Okay, so there's what we believe is the killer's fingerprint. Got a very tight whirl in the center and then a little loop here. And edges that end here at the bottom right. Loop, ending, and whirl. Okay, let's take a look now at our fingerprints. So here's our third floor, which Eileen had access to, with a little bit of blood on it. Let's see if we can't catch her fingerprints being too consistent here. Okay, so look at that fingerprint. Can you guys see that? It's down at the very bottom, it's looped. Otherwise, it's almost like everything is just a semicircle across the top. And here, similar. Like all semicircle, semicircle, and a tiny loop down at the bottom if you do it this way. Okay, so those are the 2 fingerprints on her ID. Now let's see if they're consistent with the 3rd floor entry. So reasonably consistent, pretty, not quite different, but not our killer, I don't think. This one, very consistent with her. Loop down at the bottom, everything else semicircled. What have we got here? This one's a little harder to read, like a little messy. Sort of all over the place. Not sure what that would mean, but that's not our killer's fingerprint, right? Our killer's fingerprint is very stereotyped, circular in the center, and circular all the way through it. So I'm not sure exactly. That could just be from one of our other fingers. Can you tell what finger it is? Don't know. Got a little line on the bottom too, like a little scar. All right, now let's look at our 2nd floor and see if we can match it up to our killer. There we go. There's our killer's fingerprint right there. Right? There's his loop and the open-ended ones at the bottom trailing off. Trailing off the bottom, tight loop, concentric all around. There's our connected to and ending lines here. And here it looks like we've got almost the same thing. Tight loop in the center. Actually, this is a little... Oh, this is the one that's odd and on her thing too, I think. I think this is this. These two are same. So this is another, I think what we got here is a different fingerprint of the killer that shows he actually messed with Eileen. I think this just connects us to her kidnapping, but there's our for sure killer right there. I don't know if you can, there you can see it reasonably well. In fact, we might even be able to put it right on top. Where is it? Right there. I mean, I think what's the best way to show it to you? A little different, but you can see that's it for sure, right? Yeah, that's for sure it. Okay, so exactly what we hoped. And Jeff says, man, the police were crap back in Barstow. I mean, that's it's always a reasonable possibility that the cops didn't quite do their job. But why they should have really checked. I guess it makes sense. You're a cop. You see all these in a pile. You assume that they're her badges. Maybe even talk to a secretary who made the same assumption without checking. Okay, so we've got our killer and our kidnapper. We figured it out just based on the circumstantial evidence, but then we remembered to check for fingerprints and we actually locked it in. So let us go to our website and let us answer objective 2.3. Which Barstow Museum employee was the killer? So we're going to click for solution. Is it Lawrence Tanner from management, Peter Tate, the curator, Jeffrey Vulpes, the janitor, or Robert Warren, the archivist? And we know it's Jeffrey Vulpes. Correct. Use black light with the fingerprints on the key cards and match with fingerprint transparency from Elena Hubbard's to match to Elena's case and to know which floor the killer had access to. In this case, we match Elena's killer's print to the second floor key card. Cross-reference storage room closing checklist with MSDS to see what rooms the chemicals were in. The MSDS states that both chemicals should be stored in dry environment, not in the same location as flammable, combustible, oxidizing. And just goes through all of the constraint satisfaction we already figured out for where it should be stored. Cross-reference with the clearance sheet employee list to see which jobs had access to what floors. It has to be the archivist, janitor, and management. And then only the janitor has the 4-2 key card. So as a result, the janitor is the killer. Here's a letter from Captain Snow before moving to Chapter 3. It's a short letter. Agents, amazing. We have our killer, Jeffrey Vulpes, a former janitor at the Barstow Museum of Natural Science. Not only did he have access to the chemicals in question, his fingerprints on the 4-2 keycard match those gathered at the scene of the Oklahoma City murder. I'm sending a team to Barstow. Get some rest, agents. We're getting close, but the night is always darkest before the dawn. So, end of Chapter 2. Okay, well, that was a pretty cool ending, you have to admit. Some fun stuff in Chapter 2 regarding the chemicals, and then the deduction you guys made about the killer dropping his key cards, and then being able to prove it and all that. Pretty satisfying. And that is Chapter 2 in the books. Pretty fun. All right, so now we have a question. What do you want to do? We played for 3 hours tonight. Our choices are to end here. That would be nice and neat. 1 session, 1 chapter, 1 day. But then we do have a little bit of a problem. What happens when we get to Thursday? Alternatively, we could play Chapter 3 now and finish tomorrow safely. Let's take a little vote here, what you guys want to do. Do you want to continue? If it takes as long, it could take us another 3 hours. That would bring us to 5 a.m. We've done longer sessions than that. And it says continue. Jeff says the disguises was out of place compared to the others, like suspending belief that it wasn't caught and silly. Yeah, you're right. The disguises stuff was really pretty bad. Jonathan says vote continue. All right, well, there's our... If it wasn't for the Thursday thing, I would say let's break here and have a bunch of 3-4 hour sessions, but the Thursday thing makes life more difficult. All right, Jeff says continue. You got it, Jeff, you got to type vote continue, but I can see what you've said. All right, so we're going to continue. We are going to continue. But let's at least take a little break here. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll open Chapter 3, and we'll see if we can't catch our killer. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing The Night Hunter. Is that right? The Night Hunter. We've just finished chapter 2. After a rocky start to chapter 2, it sort of ended with a bang. Pretty fun. And we've identified our killer. So what's next for us in chapter 3? We don't know. But we're going to try to play it tonight. I suppose we could always leave before we finish it, play half of it today and half of it tomorrow. But let's see how it goes. Let me check in with the chat, make sure everyone is still here and I didn't get disconnected. We've got 8 concurrent viewers as of 2:17 a.m. NSST is ready. Let's go. Reminder, if you like this video and you want to see more like it, please give this video a thumbs up, a like, subscribe. Okay, chapter 3. Let's see what we've got here. 4 chapters total in this game. Remember to have something nearby to make notes of your favorite parts, your least favorite parts. That fingerprint blacklight was actually quite effective here because it had been so long since we used it. We almost gave up using it. Those key cards, the moment I thought of it, we all knew, yeah, there's going to be fingerprints on it. Okay, it looks like we're tracking this person down to their house, maybe. Pretty nice. Pretty nice illustrations for these chapters. Okay, let's get ourselves out. Chapter 3 without looking at the rest. Put this guy picture for chapter 2 aside so that we can have them all out when we're ready. All right, let's read our assignment. From the desk of Captain Snow. Agents, excellent work identifying Jeffrey Vulpes as the killer. Records show he lived in Barstow and worked at the Museum of Natural Science up until the middle of 1990. We've obtained records of employment for Vulpes and confirmed that he was a night janitor at the museum and was assigned to floor 2. We then used county clerk records to find Vulpes' childhood home in Barstow that he later inherited. It's an older home on a large property right at the edge of a wooded area. When our Barstow team searched the premises, they found skeletal remains in a shallow grave behind the shed. By verifying dental records, the victim was identified as Eileen Townsend. The same woman whose missing persons case led us to the access card with Vulpes' fingerprint. Seems she was another one of the night hunter's victims. All this time, it was Vulpes' 4-2 access card in the box with her case files. Wow, rough. He likely attacked her in the parking lot before transporting her body to his home, but didn't realize their access cards came loose in the struggle. Maybe she even dropped them on purpose. Unfortunately, we'll never know, but at least now she can finally be laid to rest. Along with discovering Townsend's body, we've uncovered other evidence while at the house. However, I will warn you, some of this is disturbing. Enclosed is the evidence envelope for your review. We've been attempting to gain information from Mendax to help track down Vulpes, but he has yet to cooperate with us. I need you to look back through Mendax's records. If we can find the connection between Mendax and Vulpes, we may be able to leverage that to convince him to help us apprehend the real Night Hunter. Find evidence that reveals the connection between Jeffrey Vulpes and Bill Mendax. Okay, so we believe they're going to be father and son, probably. Or at least related. So here we go. Criminal profile Jeffrey Vulpes, a.k.a. the Night Hunter. Jeffrey Harris Vulpes, the Night Hunter, Jeffrey Vulpes, January 18th, 1965, 6'1". Last recorded in 1990 is 180 pounds. Eyes brown, may be disguised with color context. Hair color brown, but color length and style may have changed. He's wanted for first-degree murder, assault, battery, stalking, theft, larceny, forgery, and fraud. Last known location, Little Rock, Arkansas. Current whereabouts unknown. And there's his photo. There's our killer. So he's at a desk. Got a photo behind him, but we can't quite make it out. He looks a lot like Bill Maddox, doesn't he? Let's get out our Bill Maddox information from chapter 1. So here's Bill Maddox. Let's also see if we can't trace his birthday to how that would make sense. So he looks quite a bit like Bill Maddox, right? Really seems like father and son to me. Now, he was born Jeffrey Harris Vulpes. Do we know the maiden name of William Henry Maddox? Okay. What about his age? If our guy was born January 18th, 1965, that's a problem for us because Bill Mendax was born in 59. So this is going to have to be a brother, right? Can't very well be son anymore. It's got to be brother because Bill Maddox was only 6 years old when Jeffrey Harris Vulpes was born. Right? There goes my theory. I thought they were father and son. So it's not going to be uncle. It's going to be brothers. Right? Or am I missing something? One was born in 59. One was born in 65. The best we can do is brothers. Brother or cousin, I think. Okay. That's good to know, though. That's useful. All right, let's take a look at the evidence found at the house that the guy said was gruesome. Open immediately, chain of custody, 11/19/2021. So that's the current. We're currently in November 2021. 3 photographs, a double-sided journal page, and a brochure of museums. All right, let's take a look at it. So, I've got a request to check in with the chat. Let's see. Could still be uncle, though. Brother, cousin, or uncle. An older sister's son. I guess. Okay, what have we got here? So in his cabin is a book on self-dentistry. Now remember, we had that article about a thief caught with wired jaw, a break-in at the home of Allison Bryn. And they found that it was self-dentistry, but we didn't get followed up on it. Is it possible that that's not just like giving us a hint about dental records, but this is actually our guy. Was that thief? Okay, well, there's a little bit of taxidermy, self-dentistry. There's a little box here off to the side. We've gotten burned before being sloppy looking at photos, so maybe we need to do better due diligence looking at these photos. What do you see? Dental anatomy, a little box, taxidermy, more books. Don't see anything else jump out at me though. What does this look like to you? Two brothers. Two brothers. Let's check our black light, see if there's any fingerprints in any. There's a guy back here. Two guys back. Whoop! Brothers forever. Brothers forever. That's the square with the circle. If you'll remember, I believe that's a tattoo that Maddox has. Yeah. So Maddox has a tattoo on the chest of a circle inside a square. So here we found the night killer's house, and he's got on his Polaroid of him and his brother, brothers forever. Okay. Looks like it was pinned to the wall. Anything on the back? No. Anything on this photograph? This is a photograph police evidence, so there's not going to be anything there. Okay, so they're brothers. We still don't know why he took the fall for him. And as he's in the walls watching us. What? Don't say that. You're saying he's in this deer. Okay. And then we've got some wire and teeth and pliers. So yeah, he's like making his own dental implants into his own teeth so he can bite people like the animal. That's creepy. Looks like he's got some teeth from different animals and his own wire. Boy, that's creepy. Then he's got a brochure of museums. I guess that's what he's doing. He's traveling across the USA, killing people in museums. Ultimate guide to the country's most fascinating animal exhibits. Now notice he's not upset by taxidermy. So what is it about these museums that's making him target them? Let's see about this brochure. Let's see if we can make some sense out of this. Sweetwater Museum of Nature in Atlanta, Georgia. From dinosaur eggs to butterfly rainforest and everything in between, fun and educational for the whole family. Then we've got the Hilton Museum. You didn't go there. Microclimates to Megalodon. This museum has wonders of all sizes. And there's a museum in Washington, D.C. You didn't go there. Here's the Barstow Museum where he did work. Again, here's the taxidermy. But here is where he did kill someone, right? Was he in Albuquerque? I don't remember. Was it Albuquerque that he was at? Let's see. Carolyn Parker was in Arkansas. Elena was in Oklahoma City. Albuquerque, Braxton. That's our Braxton murder. Does he not like the skull? Does he feel like when you put them in a skull, you're killing them? You're not taxiderming them? Clay Museum of Natural History and Culture in Louisville, Kentucky. That's not one of our people. If there's more on the other side. Little Rock. Okay. This was another one of his places, right? Oklahoma City, Albuquerque, Winslow, Arizona. So this wasn't one of our people. But here is one of ours, Oklahoma City. Devoted to the study of bones and skeletons. 350 skeletons of animal species. Wow, he doesn't like it when he looks at the skeletons. He wants them taxidermied. Here's our Winslow, though. These look taxidermied. Why is he upset at this? We honor the past, present, and future who have lived here for millennia. What's the answer to our Winslow? I know the answer. Do you guys remember it? No, I don't know the answer. What was our Winslow? Sarah Bennett was in Winslow. He killed her. I thought this was going to be the place where he met the girl he likes. So Oklahoma City had skeletons. He killed someone there. Little Rock, Arkansas. He actually did kill someone there. That's Carolyn Parker. Specialized in exotic and endangered animal exhibits. He doesn't like that. I don't know why he's why he's picked some and not others. All right, let's look at his journal. Maybe that explains it. This is the last piece of evidence in this folder. Let's take a look here. Today. It's another dull night, and at least I have my friends. They listen to me. Dr. Smalls says they're not real, that they're not really my friends, but they are. They understand me, at least. They're the only company I have most nights since you left. I saw Terry walking around the halls at work today. I don't like Terry much. He isn't very smart. He doesn't understand these creatures like I do. Today, I spoke to, scratched it out, at the museum today. She's very smart, unlike Terry. She understands these animals. I caught her one night in the exhibit just staring at the displays. She's like me, I think. Today. I don't think, scratched out, likes me looking at her. She caught me staring the other day and she told me to never do it again. Why? What's wrong with it? We both stare at my friends and they never complain. Today, I haven't been able to sleep. Mom left the house to me in her will. It's quiet with no one here. Yet the sound of all my childhood memories won't stop filling my brain. My memories of you. It's like a door open that's long been shut. Today, I needed fresh air, so I went out back to sit on the porch. I couldn't stop staring at the shed in the distance. All those nights when Dad would come home angry and shouting. You would tell me to go hide. You were always there to protect me. I would hide in the woods behind the shed until it was over. You kept me safe. The woods kept me safe. The night kept me safe. You were the light in all of the darkness. The square protects the circle. Today, She says she is taking my friends away. I saw them getting out crates and boxes. She says they're going on a trip, that they're leaving. Why would she do this? I thought she understood them. I thought she understood me, but she doesn't. She doesn't at all. She tricked me. Today, I can't let them get away with this. I can't let her do this to me, to my friends. They won't like being taken away. They won't like being taken away from me. No, I'm not going to let this happen today. Why is it that foxes can be predators and kill without reason, yet when a person kills, they're punished? Aren't we all predators? Why are foxes given the freedom that we are not? Today, what happens to an animal when it's been wounded? It flees, it hides. She will not flee, but she will hide. I will hide her. My friends hid things out back. I used to watch them as I hid behind the shed. They would bury things near my hiding place. I can hide things there too. Tomorrow. Yeah, he's crazy. Let's see if he's got any writing on this. Don't see any on that side. Don't see any there. Well, he's crazy for sure. Sounds like he was obsessed with the animals at this Barstow Museum, and he didn't like them being taken away. Maybe they've been sent out to all these other museums where he went. He doesn't see why he shouldn't be able to kill people like a fox. What animal is this? Is this one we've seen before, or is this a new one? We can't see what name he crossed out, right? But we don't need to. We know who it is. It's Eileen. Eileen Townsend, who he fell for and then killed. It's the antlers. You think it's the antlers like the photos in his house, huh? All right, so he's gone crazy. He's talking about the shed, which he also mentioned in the letter he wrote. His mom died, left him the house. He misses his brother, always protected him, and his brother is now protecting him in jail, took the blame for him. Square protects circle. So one of them is square. The our guy is circle, right? That's sort of might be important to us. We know that Bill Maddox has a tattoo of square and circle inside a square. Wouldn't be surprising if our guy had it too, but we're told more specifically which one is square and which one is circle. He says, the square protects the circle. You always protected me. So our guy is circle and Bill Maddox is the square. All right. So we actually have more evidence here. Whoa, boy. Okay, so what are we told to do for this assignment? Find evidence that reveals the connection between Jeffrey Vulpes and Bill Mendex. Well, we think we found that. They're brothers, but we've got more evidence folder that we haven't looked at yet. So let's look at that first, even though it sounds like we already know the answer. So there's the remains of Eileen Townsend. Wow, look at that. He even did this way back then when he killed her. Eileen Townsend was sneaky and clever. Looks like he caved in her rib cage, cut off her hand, cut her up. Weird. Let's see what he says. So it's a handwritten note found between pages of a journal. They think you're cunning and smart, but they'll never see you the way I do. I see inside your eyes and mind. You slink and slide across my thoughts. Will you ever know that it would just be enough for you to look up and see me to know me, and to know that I know you too? Oh, that's creepy. They think you're cunning and smart. They think you're cunning and smart, and he's used the description sneaky and clever. Sneaky and clever, cunning and smart, synonyms. Okay. Eileen Townsend, skeletal remains only. Dental records used for identification. She's the museum curator. The victim was buried in a shallow grave where the body decomposed down to skeletal remains. The body has been in this state for years. A small cardboard sign was found buried near the victim, reading sneaky and clever. That's it. So just a little atmospheric part for us. Now, what's interesting from a psychological standpoint is that it looked like he was putting those signs for people to see, like he wanted people to discover these bodies. But here he is, he's doing it even when he's buried a body on his own property. And so maybe we need to look at what Jonathan is saying. Maybe these signs are supposed to mimic the display signs next to taxidermy animals in the museum. I like that from a psychological standpoint. Let's look at these museums and see if we see any examples that he's copying. Like Jonathan is saying, look at the signs they put on displays. It's almost like he's creating his own displays. It would be nice if we found a display that had that something very similar to his two-word thing, which we haven't. Okay, find the connection. All right, well, we do believe we found the connection. So let us move this to the side, go online and specify the connection. I like your thinking, Jonathan. So does Anna. Okay, so let's go back. Chapter 3. Look at this leaking of information. We're at objective 3, and it's already showing us objective 3.2 that we can't even skip looking at. All right, well, let's just click solution here. Using everything you know, figure out the connection. Were they former cellmates, co-workers at the museum, or siblings? All right, we know they're siblings. Correct. Jeffrey Vulpes and Bill Mendax are brothers. Jeffrey Vulpes' journal entry in evidence envelope mentions the square protects the circle. Cross-reference this with the arrest record that mentions Mendax has a tattoo on his chest of a circle inside a square. Use the black light to find the photo of the two boys. See circle inside a square and the words brothers forever. Okay. So we've got that. So we can now open envelope 1 for chapter 3. Okay. Relatively small envelope, but a nice little map. That's kind of fun. Let's see what we've got here. We've got a lot of documents in front of us. Okay, from the desk of Captain Snow. It's now clear why Mendax was not cooperating with our investigation and why he confessed to murders that he could not have committed. We have questioned their extended family and confirmed their relationship as siblings, but are still investigating what their relationship and family dynamics were like. Perhaps Mendax sees himself as still protecting his little brother. We now have more than enough evidence to convict Vulpes. We just need to find him. Once you determine where he will strike next, we can finally stop him and bring him to justice. Okay. Determine where Jeffrey Vulpes is heading next. All right. So here is Barstow, California, at the Circle at Oakmont Street. Lots of other points of interest. Industrial chemical supply, taxidermy supply. If I can't put this on the page. So here's Barstow with the Circle at Oakmont Street. We're being asked, where is he headed next? Okay, and then we have a whole map of the United States. Look at this. So he circled Barstow. Well, if this is his map, let's see if there's any black light on it. Does it tell us that we found this map in his possession? Doesn't look like any marks on the map. Are we supposed to assume that? That's weird. So we opened up this envelope and it just says it's clear why he's not cooperating. And we need to find him. And then we're given these two items. He circled Barstow, he circled Oakmont. So are we to assume that what we're supposed to figure out is what's at Oakmont Street? Is that what it's asking us? Is it asking us to figure out what's at Oakmont Street? Or is it asking us to figure out what museum he's attacking next? Which would give us a city and a state. Where's our list of chemicals? Chemical suppliers. Do we have an address for these places? Keller Chemicals, National Chemical. No, we don't. All right. Any theories? Doesn't even tell us where we found these maps. Any theory is not for an answer, but just in terms of what your gut tells you we're trying to find. So one theory is that he's attacking another museum, if we could find out what the pattern is. I'll tell you what, we'll put markers on the map of the places he struck in. So one possibility is once we put places on the map, we'll figure out which museum he's going to go to. But then the other possibility is to say, okay, he's picked the state of California in Barstow, and here's the Barstow map, and we have to figure out where here he's going. And yet another possibility is he's circled this, so he's going here, but what's here? All right, well, let's put our marks on the map about where he struck, just to see if there's a pattern there. So if we go back to our cases, our first case was Sarah Bennett in Winslow, Arizona. Let's see if we can't find these places. Okay, so there's Winslow, Arizona. That's actually his, was let's see, Sarah Bennett was 1994, okay. And then Braxton was in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Okay, first, second. Then comes Elena in Oklahoma City. Oh, what do you know? He's moving rightward. Then he fell in love with Carolyn Parker, we think, perhaps. And where is Carolyn Parker? Well, guess what? She's in Little Rock, Arkansas. And what have we got here? Winslow, he's traveling on 40. Look at this. He starts out in Barstow. See if I can move this better. He starts out in Barstow and he takes 40 and he travels down 40 till he gets to Winslow, kills someone, and he continues on and hits, be a little more precise about this one, and hits the museum in Albuquerque on 40. And he continues on 40, gets to Oklahoma City and kills the other one. Then, in the last couple weeks, he stays on 40. He restarts his killings in Arkansas. Maybe he fell in love with her. They had a relationship. That's when he stopped killing. Maybe it lasted a long time. Then all of a sudden he's killed Caroline. How old is Caroline? Is it possible he's been in a relationship with her for 25 years and that's why he stopped killing? I wonder. Anyway, there's 40. So I'll bet we're going to find that if we follow 40, we're going to find one of these other museums is the next stop on 40. So let's see. If you follow 40, it goes this way into Tennessee and then into North Carolina. So do we have a Tennessee or North Carolina museum? What's this? The Knoxville Science and History Discovery Center in Knoxville, Tennessee. Let's see if we've got it on 40. What do you think? Is that where he's going? I think that's our destination. He's just riding 40 all the way down, killing people as he goes. It's interesting that this was his last murder in 96, then he waited 25 years to kill this person. Caroline Parker. I want to see how old Caroline is and if she's a possible relationship with him. Caroline Parker is ferocious and disrespectful. Her date of birth we wrote down. I don't remember what it was. Did I save it somewhere? Yes. Her date of birth was 83. Well, that would make her 20 years younger. 20 years younger than our guy. 65, like 20 years younger. All right, so I don't know if if he met her then and was seeing her for 25 years. All right, so where is he heading next? We think the Knoxville Museum. Knoxville Science and History Discovery Center. All right, so let us go online and see if such an answer is available to us. Okay, back to chapter. Objective 3.2, determine where Jeffrey Volpus is heading next. All right, so we're going to click solution. Columbia, South Carolina, Knoxville, Tennessee, Louisville, Kentucky, or Washington, D.C. So there you go. It was one of the museums. You got to pick which one. The other map was just to tell us, I guess, where his house was. I don't like this website thing, but okay, we know the answer. It's Knoxville, Tennessee. Correct. Use the museum brochure in the evidence envelope with the U.S. map to map out the killer's route. The killings progress east on the USA map from Barstow, California to Little Rock, Arkansas. Use the IDs to discover that his next kill will be in Knoxville, Tennessee. All the IDs are from cities where murders have taken place except Knoxville. Knoxville must be the next location. What do you mean use the IDs? I don't know what that means, use the IDs. That just seems like a confusing way to say use the IDs. What does that mean, use the IDs? Any clue what that means? I mean, we know the right answer, but I don't know why it's worded like that. Use the IDs. Okay, so we figured that out, so now we can open the next envelope. Well, that was pretty fun to plan it out on the map and find out that there's a pattern. We so often go to the trouble for plotting things on the map, and it so rarely is useful that it's fun when finally it is. All right, so let's put these all together. So this, I guess, was just a red herring. All right, let's open. And that was this. Okay, here we go. We've solved objective 3.2. So we get to open this, our last envelope of chapter 3. Maybe we're going to finish chapter 3 early today. And it says, I think it was the victim IDs, where they lived and were murdered. I guess, okay, maybe that's what it meant. All right, here we go. So our second and last envelope for chapter 3. See what we got here. Agents, we can now predict the night hunter's movements. Given what you've found, Knoxville is the most likely location for his next destination. Figure out where he might be hiding in the city. Study his previous locations. Figure out what they have in common. Try to deduce where he might be living. If you can get us to a street, we'll send a team to cordon off the area and pin him down. All communication to and from Mendex was under heavy monitoring during our investigation. Prison guards found several postcards stashed behind a loose brick wall in a wall in Mendex's cell. I've included these in the packet in case they might be useful. So he could be hiding out in a taxidermy shop, or he could be hiding out where the postcards show it. Let's see. Determine which street Jeffrey Vulpes lives on now. Okay. Evidence entry. Attachments. 2 pages of photocopied identification cards. Notes, the Edwards Natural Science Center in Little Rock was recently preparing for renovations. As the demolition started, they pulled the employee lockers off the wall and found a hidden compartment behind the locker that Jeffrey Vulpes used. He was going under a different alias at that time. Everyone there knew him as Jeffrey Pardus. At this time, we're not sure why he had so many fake IDs for Knoxville. We can only assume he was already planning to move to Tennessee next and was practicing making IDs again. Maya Goldman, our profiler, weighed in on this. She seems to think he would have become attached to one of these parts of town while practicing making fake IDs and will likely live very near one of these locations. We can't get search warrants for the whole city, so hopefully we can find some kind of pattern that will let us narrow our search to a single street. Okay. Oh, look at this. List of IDs found at the night hunter's work locker. Some of these seem well worn and used. Others feel brand new, like they were extras or never used. Okay, well, Jeffrey Vulpes, this is an old ID when he was younger. Here's another old ID when he was younger. So remember, he killed someone in California, he killed someone in New Mexico, he killed someone in Oklahoma, he killed someone in Arkansas. And here are the 4 in Tennessee that we should be looking at. So let's see. He's been practicing making fake IDs. So it's one of these 4. Okay. Jeffrey, let's take a look at these more in detail. This one is Jeffrey Brockus, who is listed address as 201 Bridgetown, Connecticut. Let's not forget where he grew up. Where did he grow up here? In Oakmont Street. We think that's his home address. Okay, so here's one. Bridgetown Court, Knoxville, Tennessee. Jeffrey Brockus. Or is he using this ID at 12 Nolansville Road? Jeffrey Emptor. Nolansville. Or is he using this one? 35 Whistle Stop Parkway, Knoxville, Tennessee. Jeffrey Rigger. Well, none of those jump out to me as having a pattern that he would want to live at. A specific street name. Oakmont Street. So let's continue looking. Oh, more. Okay, a whole bunch of Tennessee. 6 more Tennessees. Okay, let's see. Might he want to be Jeffrey Mortis at 125 2nd Street. Nothing jumps out about that. How about Jeffrey Chiroptera in Stanford at Stanford Boulevard, 202 Stanford Boulevard? Nothing jumps out there. Or Jeffrey Solified at 707 Smith Court. Or does he want to be Jeffrey Nilo at 3 Halldale TR? Or does he want to be Jeffrey Selby at 45 Hobie Avenue? Or does he want to be Jeffrey Corpus at 62 Angie Creek Road? None of those streets jump out at me as being where you'd want to be. So it says some seem well worn and used, others are brand new, like never used. So none of the Tennessee ones look particularly used. I suppose some look a little more used than others, but not really. Let's see what the chat says. Is there a pattern in the alias of his previous IDs he would have used in previous crimes? That's an interesting idea. So if we look on his map, his previous crime was the Arkansas. Let's look at his Arkansas one. Jeffrey Pardis, 600 Mill Avenue. Well, just to confirm for a second, this looks like his real one. Jeffrey Vulpes, 1 Oakmont Street. Well, that confirms our theory that Oakmont is where he grew up. Let's take a look at the street names around here. We've got Town Road, Brightview, Keller, Norman, Alamo, Ryan Pike, Raymond, Hadley, Ash, Town Road. All right, so let's take a look. There's the first one he used, his real one from Oakmont Street. The next place he went to was Winslow, Arizona. Here. Jeffrey Torcata, Farazan Lane in Winslow. Then he went to New Mexico. Jeffrey Wotar at Amaryllis Court. Then he went to Oklahoma. Jeffrey Lupus at Weber Road. I don't see any pattern, and let me suggest that we should keep going till we look at all the evidence before we spend too much more time going through. So we're going to keep going. Okay. So here are the postcards that he sent his brother. Balboa Park at Winslow, Arizona. Whoa, he filled them all out. So we've got some stuff to read. Okay, let's put these aside and go through the postcards. All right, where's our map? Let's not lose track of everything. First stop was in Arizona. Let's see, Albuquerque, Little Rock, Oklahoma. So Arizona, then Albuquerque, then Oklahoma City and Arkansas. Okay, let's do these in order. So Balboa Park, and he's drawn on it. In fact, it looks like he's drawn something that we can reconstruct. All right, what has he written here? He started in Arizona. As I walk at night, through lonesome wood, can calm a worried mind. A walk at night through lonesome wood can calm a worried mind. This is where my friends live. What does he say? This is where my friends live. So gentle and so kind. And he says, keep your friends close and your enemies closer still. This is where my friends died, and for them I will kill. So a walk through lonesome wood can calm a mind. And then he says, this is where my friends live, so gentle and kind. And then here he says, keep your friends close and your enemies closer still at the police station. And then here at the Little Rock Museum, or museums in general, he says, this is where my friends died, and for them I will kill. All right, well, let's start here. He's writing to his brother. Bill, I have been getting the urge again. I am revisiting my old stomping grounds in Winslow. It's a long drive from where I live in Knoxville, but the memories are worth it. Let me trace my steps so you feel like you've gotten some fresh air today. I parked behind my old apartment on Farron Lane and walked to the museum where I used to work. I always loved living within walking distance and taking lunches in Balboa Park. So I walked there next before heading back to the apartment. I was going to drive home to Knoxville, but I remembered how nice the zoo was here, so I meandered there next. It was getting late, so I jogged towards the car, but lost my bearings and ran right past my street. Before I knew it, I was standing in front of the police station, jogged back and hopped in the car to head home. So he's revisiting Winslow, the first place he killed, and he's already, at this point, he says he's living in Knoxville. Then a long description of Farron Lane. I don't know why that's relevant to us. Here he is writing from Albuquerque. He says, Bill, well, it's stirring in me again. Lately, I'm just so anxious to feel those old feelings. So I decided to hop in the car and drive through the night to Albuquerque. I parked at the old museum and walked past my old apartment to the park. I always loved living close to my favorite places, but this walk is a bit further than I remember. I watched an attractive couple eat lunch at the park and got kind of hungry myself. So I walked back to the old apartment and ate at this little Cuban restaurant behind it. After lunch, I walked to the zoo where I bought you this postcard. I love seeing my friends there. That reminds me of a story I want to tell you. There is some drama brewing with the exhibit back home. I will have to tell you about it some other time. Then he goes to Oklahoma City and he says, Bill, I have been traveling again. Here was my walk today. I stopped at the old apartment here in Oklahoma City and walked straight to the park to buy a postcard, but I didn't find one. I walked back to the car to grab my lunch. Before I knew it, it was afternoon and I was still on the hunt for a postcard to send you when I had a clever idea. I walked down to the police station. Back in the day, I loved living close to all the commotion. I walked right in and asked the man behind the desk if they had postcards for sale. Those Oklahoma City police are so proud of their 100-year-old station that they had this very postcard I am writing to you on now. Seeing them again makes me want to show them something never before seen. And lastly, the Little Rock Museum. Bill, got the bug again today and hit the road. Parked by my favorite tree just in front of the museum and went for another walk. Headed towards my old apartment and thought I would see if I could catch my old neighbor Grace walking her dog. Didn't see her. What a shame. She usually walks her dog to the park. So I headed there next. No sign of her, but I saw this disrespectful kid yelling at the doves in the park. I didn't like that. His mother didn't even stop him. Followed the boy and his mother as they walked to the zoo. I thought about teaching them a lesson, but I should get back on the road and drive home. Creepy. Okay, so what have we learned from his postcards? He likes to be within walking distance to the museum, and seems like he likes to be near parks too, and zoo. Parks and zoo is a commonality. So going back to our evidence here, what have we got? We've got more. We've got our IDs. Let me see what the chat says. Torquata is a night snake. Seems he always lives near the zoo, so he could just walk there, and a park nearby, and lives near his museums as well. Okay, so the rest of our evidence in this chapter is simply maps. A map of Winslow, a map of Albuquerque, a map of Oklahoma, a map of Little Rock, and a map of Knoxville. So, and then we have from the previous thing a map of Barstow and where he lived. So with all of this information, I guess, we're supposed to figure out where he lived in each state and then figure out what's the pattern he uses to pick where to live. That's pretty cool. Okay, well, let's do it. All right, we're going to take a break first, and then we're going to come back. We have his old IDs, so we can probably figure out where he lived in each of these states. And once we put a pin in it, we can figure out what his pattern is. And then in the end, put him in Knoxville. And once we do that, we'll have solved chapter 3. So I think we're going to be able to get this done in the next half hour. But we'll take a break first. We'll come back and we'll get chapter 3 solved. Kind of fun, a real spatial puzzle. In fact, I don't remember a game with this much of a little spatial work to do. I'm excited to dig into it. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've got one last thing to do for the night, which is locate where in Knoxville, Tennessee he's living. We've got a whole bunch of his past IDs for when he lived in the other states and for his possible Tennessee. So we know it's a multiple choice, but we've got so many. We've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 possible places in Tennessee he could live. Edwards Natural Science Center in Little Rock was recently preparing. Okay, so we've got maps of each of the states and neighborhoods that he lived in previously. Our ultimate goal is going to be to find out where in Knoxville he's living. We've got police, we've got park, and we've got the museum. That should and a taxidermy. So it wouldn't be surprising if he was living in a taxidermy shop in each city. But we're going to try to figure it out methodically. So we start with Barstow, California. We know where he lives. We know he lives in Oakmont Street. And remember, the postcards had lots of clues, and he said, keep the police, keep your enemies closer. So, like, he lived near a zoo. We've got, look at this. Think about it for a second. We've got park, zoo, police, museum. Park, zoo, police, museum, like 4 landmarks in each city. So if you think about that, park, zoo, police, museum, let's look at Barstow, California. So there's a park, he's right near it. There's the zoo, there's the museum, and where's the police? Park, zoo, museum. No police on this map. All right. Oh, there's the police right there. So you can see park, museum, zoo, police. He's right in the middle of all 4 of these. All right. So his first step, I mean, that could not be clear. He's got them all, one on each side of him. His next stop was in Arizona. So he goes to Arizona. And if we look at his IDs, what have we got for Arizona? We've only got one address for Arizona. Furzon Lane. Okay, let's see if we can find Furzon Lane. Well, there's Furzon Lane. So let's put a little mark showing that he lived there on Furzon Lane. Can you guys see that as well as you want to see it? Let's zoom in a little bit for you. Okay, so we know he lived in Furzon Lane. There's a park nearby him. There's the police nearby him. There's the museum. There's the zoo. This looks like it's going to be a little easier than we thought. So he's put himself right in the middle of the 4 of them. Okay. Next he went to New Mexico. All right. If we look at his IDs, where's his New Mexico ID? He lived on Amaryllis Court. Okay. Well, you can bet it's going to be next to the park. Well, there's Amaryllis Court. All right. So Amaryllis Court, where did I put my stickers? Okay, so he lived on Amaryllis Court. right there. Okay. So actually, this time he didn't get as close to things as he wanted to, but look at that. Museum, zoo, park, police. So he's always putting himself right in the center of those three places. Okay. Next up, Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, he lived on Weber Road. Okay, let's find Weber Road. It's going to be right there. All right, well, this is a lot easier than we thought. I thought we were going to have to sort of follow some instructions, but no. He just locates the park, the police, the museum, and the zoo and puts himself right within walking distance in the middle of all of those. Little Rock, Arkansas. This is almost pointless, but it's kind of fun to do, so let's just do it. Okay, Little Rock, Arkansas. He lived on 600 Mill Ave. Okay. Park, police, zoo, museum. So there he is on Mill Ave. He also likes living on these little vestibules, these little dead-end courts. Okay, well, here we are in Tennessee. There's the park, there's the museum, there's the police, there's the zoo. So where does he live? Stanford Boulevard. Right near a middle school. Right between the four places. Now let's find the ID on Stanford, and we'll have locked him in. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Nolensville Road, Bridgetown Court, Northview Place, Whistle Stop Parkway, none of those. 2nd Street, no. Stanford Boulevard, Smith Court, Haldale something, Hobby Avenue, and Angie Creek Road. So here we go. Stanford Boulevard, Stanford Boulevard. This is our address. Got him. So he's going under the name Jeffrey Chiroptera, living at 202 Stanford Boulevard, Knoxville, Tennessee. All right, well, let's make a call to our captain, Captain Snow, and tell him where to find this guy. Get this guy locked up before he kills someone else. All right, here we go. Let's go back to solutions page. Back to chapter. We found out where he's heading now, and we know where he lives. Let's just give it the answer. Okay. What street he lives on? Okay. So I'm going to click solution here. Does he live in Bridgetown Court, Smith Court, Stanford Boulevard, or Whistle Stop Parkway? Okay, we know the answer is Stanford Boulevard. Correct. Line up the postcards to see an X. Notice that the X on the postcard points to the museum, zoo, park, and police station. Notice everywhere the killer lived was always in the middle if you drew an X between the museum, the park, the zoo, and the police station. Find the location that's at the middle of the X between the museum, park, zoo, and police station. That location is Stanford Boulevard. Here's a letter from Captain Snow before moving to Chapter 4. Let's see how happy this guy is with us now. Agents. Thanks to you, we were able to find Jeffrey Volpez's apartment in Knoxville. Our teams were able to canvass the blocks until we discovered where he lives. Words won't be enough to describe what was found in the apartment, but we will have evidence and photos as soon as we can catalog it all. Unfortunately, the night hunter himself was not there. And now that he knows we're looking for him, we might be out of time. However, we have reason to believe he's already chosen his next victim. We just don't know who it is. So we may have one more chance. Stand by, agents. We're going to need you. End of chapter 3. All right, so we knocked down his door, but he wasn't there, and now he knows we found him. But he may already have his victim. He may be trying to kill his last victim before he gets caught. All right, so we are done for tonight. 4 hours and 42 minutes. That was a good decision by the group to keep going because chapter 3 was quick. I think essentially our second night of playing, our third chapter, has been very consistent with our first chapter experience in that the documents are very high quality, very varied. The story is compelling. Lots of attention and time has been put into making this creepy and thematic and atmospheric and making a good story. But it's absolutely on the easy side. And it feels a little bit like it's a shame that it's so much easier because the actual structure of the mystery and puzzles are extremely compelling. Like this spatial mapping of where he was traveling on the map and this idea of reconstructing where he lives in each town is really good. And it's almost like what we crave in these games. I crave these spatial puzzles. It's just a little sad that it was so easy, that we didn't have to reconstruct a more complicated set of rules for where he lives in each town. This was sort of overdetermined to always be in the center. That's a little bit of a shame, a little bit of a missed opportunity. And then we had this weird thing with him disguising himself in animals that didn't work for us, but that was quickly followed by a very cool puzzle with the chemicals. And then I think I've got lots of little complaints about the website that I'm not happy with. But all in all, I think it's not hard to forgive a game that's easy when it's so narratively compelling. And this almost feels like you could go through just the busy work of tracking this guy down and it's enjoyable enough. And if you are a new group, this could be very fun. All right, so we're going to wrap it up here. Jonathan asks, side topic, what is true crime stories? Is it like Crack the Case? Jonathan is responding to the new box that's over there. True crime story. Boy, why is it so hard to do it there? I just got that from Amazon and I really don't know anything about it except that that box has 3 cases, an easy case, a medium case, and a hard case. I think it's card-based. I don't expect to love it. It's definitely not like Crack the Case because there's 3 cases, but we'll open it up. We'll play it sooner or later as a group. But that's all for tonight. Any other comments about this before we wrap it up? I mean, we'll talk tomorrow. I expect we'll be able to solve this case and finish it tomorrow. It would be very unusual if we weren't able to. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. And that last thing with the key cards was quite good. So it's had some real strong moments. In general, the evidence has been very strong. John says, I agree with what you've said. Okay, so save your thoughts. Everyone will give their full in-depth thoughts tomorrow. Make your notes about what you want to say. And Yeah, let's wrap it up here. I'll see you tomorrow at 11 p.m. again, Central Standard Time, when we will have the finale, Chapter 4 of The Night Hunter.